and they'll render the decision, and the decision will be won or lost with no explanation. So if they go to arbitration, Skubal's going to make $32 million next year or $19 million. Major League Baseball teams almost always follow the recommendation of the Major League Baseball Labor Relations Board, and the Tigers are no different in that regard. They can't ask to do more, and they go to the Labor Relations Board first because this is the only cost cutting that owners have, or cost control that owners have, is the arbitration process. And it means that when Tampa has a player go to arbitration, it's treated the exact same way as when the Dodgers have a player go to arbitration. And you heard in the update there that the Tigers are using a previous awarded arbitration case of David Price. And Major League Baseball is using that as the case for why the offer was 19. Boras is calling it, what do you say, an outdated model, an outdated comparison. In the arbitration process, there is no accounting for inflation. That is not part of the process. There's no rules that say you count for inflation. There's nothing along those lines.
But you can argue it.
You can argue it, and Boras, I'm sure, will. But it's not part of what they say you should account for inflation when it comes to arbitration. So, and Boras wants to compare a starting pitcher to a position player, which my understanding doesn't get done. So, you know, I've seen some reporting out there that Boras wants to break the system and that this is the undercard to the big major labor relations issues we're going to have at the end of this year. And I think that's probably true. The good news is, talking to people involved that aren't with the Tigers, but are involved with arbitration, and what they know about Skubal, if the Tigers win or if the Tigers lose, Skubal is going to be the same Bulldog this coming year. He's not going to be an unhappy camper. That takes away my concerns. That was my biggest concern.
I'm not worried about Tarik Skubal either in terms of his attitude and approaching the season. I think he's been pretty open about that, and I think he is a Bulldog-type player. I don't think Major League Baseball did the Tigers any favors by recommending this number. And in Evan Pett's old article in the Free Press, it says the key is a clause within the collective bargaining agreement between MLB and the Players Association that allows arbitration-eligible players with at least 5 years of Major League Baseball service time to compare themselves to any player, not just past arbitration-eligible players. Therefore, Skubal can compare himself in an arbitration hearing to right-hander Zach Wheeler, who is Major League Baseball's highest-paid pitcher for 2026 at $42 million. Boras believes Skubal's value aligns with the best players in baseball. That's why he filed at $32 million. I can totally understand why Boras did what he did. I don't understand why Major League Baseball threw a number in that was just $500,000 more than the previous high from a player that was 11 years ago at $19 million. Knowing that this clause exists, I don't think they helped the Tigers out. It still doesn't make any sense why Boras hasn't negotiated with the Tigers once those numbers were out there. And, you know, they're saying, oh, we're open to negotiation. It's up to the Tigers. Well, you know, the Tigers aren't going to bid against themselves.
No. And I mean, look, I do think there's maybe a little bit of damage control here from Boras coming out and saying, hey, I'm willing to negotiate. It doesn't sound like you were. Now, you can't avoid going to arbitration. You can't avoid going in front of the arbiters by negotiating now. They can do it now. So maybe they will.
Baseball is going to be a little scared about this for the small market teams, because once you see, let's say that for the sake of argument, that they agree before it goes to an arbiter, and it ends up agreeing at $26 million. Okay?
Yep.
The next guy that comes up is Paul Skeens.
Oh, Paul Skeens is going to ask for...
He's going to... Right. Yeah. And the number is going to be so far away from what the price number is. It's going to make it look laughable. Like already at 20... If they settle on 26, it makes the offer of 19 look laughable, even though it effectively eclipses what David Price got. But it was so long ago. And I recognize... I understand that. Yeah. But it doesn't mean... But arguing does. And you can make a case, and even though you can say, well, the past doesn't matter, once you've got this clause in there about that fifth year, it does matter. And I think that Scooball has an excellent chance of winning this, or at least if the Tigers come back to the table with Boris, or if Boris comes back to the table with the Tigers, they can find some middle ground if they're willing to do it. I'm not sure that Boris is willing to do it.
I've talked to two people about it now. That one definitely thinks the Tigers is going to win. The other one thinks the Tigers very well might, but isn't as sure. I appreciate that Major League Baseball has the system in place that allows the smaller markets to hang on to players for a while before they get to free agency. Because it's starting to feel more and more like a system where half, if not more than half of the teams exist only to get beat up by the big market teams. That they have to catch lightning in a bottle. They have to draft great. They have to win while they're young, because the moment they hit free agency, they're going to lose them because they can't compete with the bigger market teams. And I'm not necessarily talking about the Tigers. But, I mean, am I wrong? Half? More than half? Maybe slightly less than half? I don't know where the line is drawn. It feels like a bunch of teams only exist to get beat up by the big guys.
No, it feels that way.
And there's something wrong with that.
Well, when you got
now
the money you're paying in income tax, the luxury tax that the Dodgers are paying, that total being higher than half the teams in the league for their entire payroll, I think that's where the argument comes in.
It's Carson Anderson, another edition. Are you going to eat that at 12:35, 97.1?
Turn up the heat this winter with DraftKings Casino. You can get cozy while you play more than 1,000 slots. Everything from the classics like Cash Eruption to exclusives like Fire Buffalo. Now, new players can wager $5 and get 500 spins over 10 days on your choice of Cash Eruption slots. Download the DraftKings Casino app and sign up with code WXYTFM, and then choose from 10 different Cash Eruption slots daily and start spinning. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Now, if you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, physically present in Michigan. Eligibility restrictions apply. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days. Valid for featured games only and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends March 15th, 2026 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. You want to react to the Boris coming out and saying, yeah, I might we can negotiate. Oh, really? How cool of you. I don't know. Just sucks. Sucks because it feels like this team is, we're destined to lose Skubal, and people say, oh, you can pay him, and they could. I would argue that the Dodgers and Boston and some others could always give him $1 more. And I also am not comfortable with the kind of money it would take to keep him. And I don't blame him his right to get the free agency. I think when you hire Boris, you are getting a guy who is going to maximize your profitability, and it doesn't really bode well for any market that's not. Like I joked last week that the Dodgers are going to sign Skubal and assign him to AAA because they're not going to have room for him.
Right.
But anyway.
I hear the Dodgers are signing Connor McDavid, too.
Probably.
Yeah.
What was your take on the NFL playoffs over the weekend? You were gone yesterday.
I think the playoffs in the NFL this year have been absolutely spectacular. There have been, one or two dogs? The Seattle game ended up being a dog. Mm-hmm. But beyond that, it's been fantastic. We got everything. You got a little controversy. You got teams coming back to win in the end. You've got overtime contests. There's intrigue with injuries and how that's going to affect teams moving forward. There's new blood. There's guys that have resurrected the careers. There's the final four teams. There's stories for days with these final four teams. The NFC competition between the Rams and Seattle. I mean, you got, I think, was Sam Darnold a former number 1 overall, or it was a number 2 overall? I forget what he was with the Jets, but I think he was 1 overall. You got 2 1 overall picks there at quarterback. One that was left for dead in Sam Darnold. And all he's done is proven people wrong with his last 2 stops in Minnesota and Seattle. And maybe it was just being, mired with an awful team.
He was the third pick.
Thank you.
It's okay.
And Stafford has obviously resurrected his career. He went to different levels and went to the Rams and won a Super Bowl, and here he is again on the precipice back in the NFC Championship game. And now we got fresh blood in the AFC. And Drake May looks like he's not going anywhere. Drake May looks like he's the real deal, and the Patriots look like they are the real deal. And it would have been an amazing matchup against Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos. Unfortunately, Bo Nix broke his leg on the second to last play of the game and broke his ankle. And Jarrett Stidham's going to play quarterback. But, hey, we've seen backup quarterbacks win Super Bowls before, so why not? That defense travels that Denver's got, and they don't have to travel far because they're at home. It's a hell of a defense that they have. And if they can, manage the ball offensively, they'll be in that game. The spread has not gotten out of hand in that game. Last I checked, I think it was 5 points or 4.5 points that New England's favored in that game. I love the playoffs. I think this has been the best playoff season we've ever seen.
It's been really good, and I feel so bad for Buffalo fans because Buffalo was the victim of one of my least favorite rule interpretations in the sport. They were also arguably a victim of a really close interception-reception call that probably would have given them the win had it gone their way, and that was on whether or not the receiver was down by contact. It was ruled an interception. I really hate an interpretation of the rule. It is the way it's written. I guess it's correct how it's written. But when a receiver's going deep and a ball is underthrown and that receiver stops running and the defensive back runs into him, it's pass interference. And that got Denver into close field goal range, and I hate that call. I don't know what the defensive back is supposed to do. If you're running in a trail position and the receiver suddenly stops and you run into him and you get a PI, the offense gets rewarded for a bad throw.
Yeah, that's the chance you take. You turn around and look and see where the ball is, and he didn't. So it's blatant interference.
Well, it's by definition, but the offense, I don't think, deserves it.
Maybe they don't deserve it, but it's the right call. I think you're haunted because of what happened with the Lions.
Well, the Lions, I actually didn't realize it until last night, that it was the exact same as the Freddie Kitchens call on Brendan Pettigrew, where it got picked up.
They picked up the flag.
They picked up the flag on an underthrown ball.
And then allow
which makes absolutely no sense. But at the end of the
Des
day,
Bryant to run a little.
that's, I mean, am I wrong? If they could rewrite the rule and say if an underthrown ball leads to a pass interference, it shouldn't be pass interference? Because that feels to me like you're rewarding the offense with a spot foul.
I want to agree with you, but I can't.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's not anything new. To me, it's just way too punitive to the defense when the offense is rewarded for crappy execution.
Yeah, but the offensive player has his back turned and he sees where the ball is and he's trying to get to it, and the defender doesn't. And that's why the interference is there. That's why it's called. But
a
guy's trying to make a play and you don't want him to
maybe
make a play.
They should just make that a 15-yard penalty and not a spot foul if it's under those circumstances.
That's a different argument.
Because it really seems to be over punitive to me and rewarding the offense for a crappy throw. And why should the offense get rewarded for a bad throw, an underthrown ball? I hate that rule, and I mean, it's the rule. I know it's the rule. I just hate it.
I think one of my big takeaways from the weekend happened in the Bears-Rams game, and I love the way that the game ended because I did not want the Bears to win. I don't want the Rams to advance any further either. But you know how I feel about Ben Johnson now that he's with Chicago. He's persona non grata, and I hope he loses every game.
Yep.
The fact that the Bears had a chance at the end of regulation to win that game, they get the miracle touchdown, right? Yeah. Caleb Williams dropping back. It's a 14-yard line. He drops back and rolls around and throws it off his back foot from the 40-yard line and goes halfway into the end zone. He throws it 45 yards off his back foot into the side of the end zone and it's caught for a wide open touchdown. It's amazing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And everybody starts talking on the broadcast. Should they go for two? Should they go for two? And Ben Johnson, who comes from the Lions, with the Lions DNA running through his blood, decides to go conservative and not go for two, even though their offense had all that momentum. You're at home. You've got this chance. And they chose to kick the extra point and go for overtime, and then they blew their chance in overtime to win it. It was hysterical to me. I just thoroughly enjoyed it because maybe he went against his true self. I would love to know from Dan Campbell, in that same situation, it's 17-16. You just scored a touchdown. There's 20 seconds left in the game. Would you have gone for two, down by one, or would you have played to go to overtime?
So I think what might have impacted that decision was the fact that the previous possession, the Bears got down to the 2-yard line and had a 4th and goal in what felt like a must score. At that point, they're running their best play from there, which is probably the play that they would choose to run for a 2-point conversion in that circumstance. If you make it, you win. If you miss it, you lose. And they failed. So they'd already used that play, the previous possession. I think that might have impacted the decision.
But you're the great Ben Johnson.
I'm just saying.
You got all these plays in your playbook.
He did have more plays.
You're
I'm
brilliant.
Sure of it.
How could you not go to a Ben Johnson?
Man, someone really hates Ben Johnson. Well, listen, the reason why, and he kind of said it, Doug, after the game. I mean, he said they weren't executing down there by the goal line. And yeah, that was one of the plays they did not execute on. He did something, honestly, I think a lot of Lions fans wanted Dan Campbell to do this year.
Right,
it's kick the damn field goal.
Kick the extra point.
Or extra point or whatever it is. Take the points because you don't have the same squad or you're not executing the way you're supposed to be. So just kick it. And that's what Ben Johnson did. Because I think he really, Gator, he probably really wanted to go for it.
That's funny. It's because it's the other side of the coin is like, is that kind of what I want Dan Campbell to do?
Oh, yeah, it's 100%.
Recognize, hey, the flow of the game, understand what's not working. Like you're not clicking on all cylinders here. Play for the points and do what you
Johnson said it. Yeah. He said after game, because I didn't like the way we were executing down there, decided to kick it. Definitely thought about going for two, and he made the right call. They went to overtime, had a real shot to win it. Obviously, there's a miscommunication, whatever happened at the end with the DJ Moore pick, but by the way,
just a bad pass.
When Caleb Williams threw that ball from the 40-yard line and 4th and 14 or whatever, as soon as he threw it, because how far back he was, and they needed a touchdown, I just said, well, this game is over. That was stupid. Like, why did you back up so far? And then when he caught the touchdown, I said, oh, my God.
With your quarterback backpedaling 25 yards behind the line of scrimmage on a 4th down play, the percentage of success on said play has got to be less than 0.5%.
I said he gave up. He just chucked it. Like, there's what?
Well, he had nothing else to do. He was about to get sacked.
Have you seen the replay where it shows a defensive lineman who's rushing and then Caleb throws the ball and defensive lineman doesn't turn around and look at it. He just looks up at the TV
big screen
and sees it. He's like, oh.
He put his hands and he goes, what? Did that
What
just
am I
happen?
supposed to do? I push this guy back 30 yards, and he still throws the play for the touchdown.
Okay, two things we got coming up. Are you going to eat that at 12:35? And Kang asked a question about a hack to beat the cold today that I've never heard before. We'll get to that today at 12:50 on Carson Anderson on 97.1. You know, I bet nobody came away from that Buffalo-Denver game feeling great. Buffalo fans thinking, oh, so close and a call that could have gone their way. And they probably didn't hate that pass. I always hate the underthrown pass interference call, benefiting the offense. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But Denver losing Bo Nix, what a bummer. Like, and the game ended and you had no idea. No idea.
Like a design run to the left side, and he gets tackled kind of hobbles out of there. They kick the field goal, win the game, and you're like, okay, great.
Yeah,
Here we go. Bo Nix
he
and
played,
Drake May.
he
Here we
played a
go.
few more games, a few more snaps, rather. And I had
Nope.
no idea. The other thing is I sent you a text last night. Miami ran a play near the goal line. And this is, if you know, you know. It was an inside handoff. And it looked a lot like the 65 toss power trap.
Hank Stram called it.
Yeah, it looked a lot like the 65 toss power trap, except the running back, what's his name?
Fletcher.
Fletcher cut back against the grain. Unlike, I think it was Mike Garrett who scored for Kansas City in the Super Bowl in the 65 toss power trap. It looked a lot like the 65.
I really enjoyed last night's game.
was good,
There was some great moments in the game, some great plays, some determination. I thought Indiana got jobbed in the first half. I was proud that Cignetti stood up for his team and his quarterback at halftime when he did the interview.
Dude.
I mean, he got absolutely crushed by Mendoza did. Was hit by the crown of the helmet to the chin, and he doesn't have the football.
That's where his little CFL face mask might have cost him. Like, honestly, I was like, he's bleeding.
He's bleeding from the lip. I mean, because he gets hit on the chin. I wonder if is concussed. But he stayed in the game and obviously won the football game and was drilled another couple times on late hits that were not called late hits. But there are 3 plays that really could have changed things. Look, the outcome is what it was. Indiana deserved the win, and they did win. But, I mean, that player should have been ejected from Miami that hit him the way that he did. I know it was a Toure or whoever it was.
Yeah, I was really, really surprised. I think Indiana's got that back shoulder throw down pretty good with the Becker kid.
Yeah.
Those are some big.
Well, Becker's like the fastest of the bunch of receivers. You got to respect his speed, and all of a sudden put on the brakes. Here it is.
Yep. All right, Gator. Time for another dish. And are you going to eat that?
Oh.
All right, Gator, these are new menu items or things that are available in the store and other things. Just wondering if you will indeed sample these. Get
Okay.
Kang's opinion, too, and I'll give my 2 cents. Little Debbie's. Are you familiar with the Little Debbie's?
The snack cakes. Love
Yep.
them. The oatmeal pies, the little like ho-ho type things. I love them because they were so much cheaper than the Hostess stuff. It was great.
Well, they are coming out with some new variations on old snacks. Little Debbie's has come out with an oatmeal cream pie ice cream sandwich
Yep.
and a cosmic brownie ice cream sandwich. The
Yep.
oatmeal cream pie ice cream sandwich features vanilla cream flavored ice cream between 2 oatmeal cookies. The cosmic brownie ice cream sandwich offers a more indulgent option with 2 chewy fudge brownies and a generous layer of brownie flavored ice cream. This is according to All Recipe. Gator, the Little Debbie's ice cream sandwiches. Are you going to eat that?
Yeah, I'm gonna eat the hell out of that. That sounds absolutely delicious. You get the ice cream sandwiches with the cookies that you can get at Michigan State are so freaking good. And those are the
melting moments?
Yeah, the chocolate chip ones are great. Doing this with an oatmeal cookie makes all the sense in the world because the Little Debbie's oatmeal snack cake is amazing. To turn that into an ice cream sandwich, basically, bring it on. I'll eat that all day.
And the cosmic brownie?
Yeah, try that too.
Kang, you?
I don't know anyone that doesn't like ice cream sandwiches, honestly. I'm scared because we're going to turn to Doug here after
Right.
this, after we both say yes, but yeah, hell yeah, I'm going to eat that.
Okay. I will eat one of these and not the other. I will do the oatmeal ice cream sandwich. I will not do the cosmic brownie thing. It's just
Yeah, we know.
I don't
It's
like
just
the
you. You don't have to
cosmic brownies.
explain.
I don't like them. I mean, just
It's a brownie with ice cream, a la mode, right? Basically,
yeah. I'll go with the oatmeal.
Does it sound better than a blizzard? Is that your stand?
That's
measuring stick?
if it sounds better than a blizzard, then I will try it. The cosmic brownie does not. So,
Okay.
yep. Buc-ee's. Familiar with Buc-ee's?
Is that the place that has the great bathrooms?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
gas
Oh, yeah.
station with his. It has everything.
It's got the whole food
It's not
court
embarrassing to
inside.
get your lunch from this gas
People
station.
spend hours at a Buc-ee's.
Yeah.
That's why they're reluctant to bring them to Michigan.
Well, there's a bit of a movement here that the gas station fountain drinks at Buc-ee's are better than anything. In fact, Buc-ee's fans are saying their chain's in-house line of cola is better than Coke or Pepsi.
Wow.
That's a bold statement.
There's
is
a
a
Reddit
bold
thread which has one poster saying, I love Buc-ee's cola. Another one saying, I would buy their regular cola online and never drink Coke again. Another one says, Buc-ee's cola has superior taste to anything Coke or Pepsi currently is selling. The Buc-ee's, again, according to All Recipe, the Buc-ee's in store, their own line of fountain cola. Are you going to drink that?
Yeah. First of all, I want to see what the hype's all about. I
didn't
want to
even
walk into a Buc-ee's and see what is going on. People talk about the food there and how great the food is
Everything. The barbecue apparently is top notch.
there. Yeah. I mean, am I going to be surprised if their fountain drinks are top notch too? I mean, some places just know how to do the fountain drink.
I didn't know they had their own.
Right.
Their own
Their
Buc-ee's
own
cola?
brand, right?
Yeah.
It's like McDonald's.
That's a bold statement.
McDonald's Coke is great.
Man. That's the top of the food chain right
That's
there.
where you get
Yeah.
it, right? If you
Fountain
want the
Pop,
best fountain
yeah.
drink, you go to McDonald's for the Coke. It's
Yep.
amazing.
Mhm. There's been studies why it's so good.
Other places just don't get it right. There's something with the mix when you get to the fountain drink. It's hard to replicate. So, but if Buc-ee's has it down where at the very least they had the cleanest bathrooms, then I would expect them to be able to figure out the formula for cola. I'll try it. Absolutely.
Okay, Gator's a yes. Kang?
Oh, definitely want to try this.
I'm a no. And here's what's interesting to me, Gator. You only drink zero. The only pop you drink is zero.
Right.
This doesn't sound like it's zero.
I'll try it.
Okay.
Got to try it,
I gotta
right?
try it. And then does that mean that, if they have this, then they probably have a zero sugar formula.
Does Buc-ee's have their own like Mountain Dew flavor? I'd like to try that.
If they had a zero, I would try it. But next up, yeah, Buc-ee's has a lot of their own flavors. They do. So I don't know if they have Mountain Dew. I know they have root beer, root beer,
How do you spell Buc-ee's?
BUC-EES. Dude, we got 3 more things to get through.
No, go
here.
ahead.
We're up.
Yeah, I hear you.
Breyers just dropped some new flavors of ice cream. We're going to focus on one. Breyers has come out with a strawberry pound cake featuring smooth vanilla ice cream with jammy strawberry sauce and buttery cake bites. The Breyers strawberry pound cake. Are you going to eat that?
Yeah. That sounds good.
Sounds delicious.
Yeah. What goes wrong there? What's the
Want me to pound me some of that?
what does Stoney say? What's the downside?
I'm not a big fan of strawberry flavored things, although I'm interested in the strawberry sauce, which might be just like a strawberry jam mixed in, and the buttery cake bite sounds pretty good. So I might try this. So 3 yeses on this?
Yes.
Well, it's definitely yes for me and Gator. You kind of sound like
I'm
leaning.
I'm leaning, and I think I'd probably try it. Next up, Canada Dry has brought back a flavor for a limited time only. The Strawberry Fruit Splash Ginger Ale. The Strawberry Fruit Splash Ginger Ale is a strawberry flavor that works well with ginger ale. It's not overly sweet, and it does not have the same hint of medicinal flavor that some associate with ginger ale. It is, but it still has that ginger bite that regular Canada Dry has. The Canada Dry Strawberry Fruit Splash Ginger Ale. Gator, are you going to try that?
I'm a huge fan of Canada Dry ginger ale. It's my go-to ginger ale. I got to try it. I don't know if I'd like it, but I got to try it.
Okay.
Let's see. I like the fact that it says it's not too sweet and doesn't have the medicinal flavor to it.
Mm-hmm.
Some concoctions that people make with the soft drinks, I get excited about, and you taste them, they're so disappointing. I think Dr. Pepper does that a lot. There have been some Coke flavors when they throw like, hey, a Coke Orange or something like that. That just doesn't go right. I got to try it with ginger ale because I think ginger ale goes with everything. It's the ultimate mixer as far as I'm concerned when it comes to alcohol. If you're not sure what to mix something with, try it with ginger ale.
Can you?
I like a good whiskey and ginger ale. Yeah, I want to try. I'm like the opposite of with strawberry than you, Doug. I like strawberry flavored almost anything, so I'm gonna try it.
Yeah, I'm going to pass on this because my suspicion is it's like most strawberry flavored things. I bent on the jam because it sounds like it's more of a mixed into the ice cream.
Oh,
like
got a little
jam.
wild, huh?
And finally, Nestle Toll House for Valentine's Day has come out with a cookie dough for Valentine's Day.
Okay.
It's classic chocolate chip cookie dough, but loaded up with red and pink heart-shaped sprinkles to give every cookie a festive Valentine's bite. It stands out as simply playful red and pink sprinkles with your chocolate chip cookie dough with a pretty pop of red and pink. Gator, are you going to try that?
Hell yeah. I mean, chocolate chip cookie dough is fantastic. And yeah, you want to jazz it up there with some sprinkles? I'm all for it. I'm surprised they didn't just do it in the mold of a heart.
Kang, you?
Yeah, I'm in. A little festive cookie dough. That's all it is. No big deal.
So I would go for the regular cookie dough, but I don't want the sprinkles in there. To me, it's childish. I'm not.
What do you got against the sprinkles?
I love the regular cookies,
Dude.
I just love the regular cookies. I don't need any sprinkles in there.
I think
I'm
Doug
not
goes.
10.
I think Doug goes about these things a different way than we do, Kang. We go.
Oh, I know
We
he
listen
does.
to this and we say, okay, what about this appeals to me where I'm going to eat it? Where Doug, I think, goes into it and says, what about this can I pick on so I'm not going to eat it?
No. Doug goes about this as, am I ever going to buy that in the store? I could see myself getting Toll House cookie dough. I cannot see myself getting one with sprinkles. That's how I go about it. I'm not driving to a Buc-ee's to sample their soda. Not going to do that. That's how I go.
They do have
about
a Diet Cola.
Yeah, I'm probably not driving all the way to Alabama to get a Diet Coke. Carson Anderson, there it is. Another edition. Are you going to eat that? A hack to beat the cold. Kang brought this up in the office. I've never heard of this. And I want you to try it. That is straight ahead on 97.1. By the way, Champ and Chump, as voted on yesterday, has been tweeted out. So you can check it out at DuncanGator971. We'll get back to the NFL playoffs coming up next hour. We're sitting around this morning. It was 3 degrees when I woke up today and drove into work. It got up to 7. And what do we got right now at our studio? It is 12.
Oh, here we go.
And the morning show was doing like hacks to beat the cold. You got to be outside. And Kang said something in the office today. I'm like, what? And I was like, I've never heard that before. And I'm not sure why, but now I want Kang to try it.
Well, I'm not going to try it.
You're not?
Well, I turned to you, and I thought you might have heard of it, Doug, or
I've never heard of this.
maybe an even older generation. But I thought I've heard before when it gets really cold outside, and I didn't know if this was an actual saying or just a saying or something you actually do. But it's so cold out, you better put on 2 pairs of underwear. And I turned to you and I said, does anyone actually do this? Or is this just a saying? I don't know. Gator, do you have 2 pairs of underwear on today?
I do not.
Okay, well, it's not that cold enough then.
I've never heard of this, but I was trying to think, okay, when I go skiing and I go underwear and then long johns over, I mean, is that essentially the same thing? Then I
Close-
usually go
close enough.
sweatpants and then I do some sort of ski pant.
Wait, you do wear
Where?
long johns, sweatpants,
Yeah.
then ski pants.
Yes.
Dang.
Yep. And then up top, I got t-shirt and I've got like a thick, stretchy Under Armour type thing, although it's not Under Armour. It's Versa, whatever they sell at Dick's, which is really, actually, it's pretty good. It's thick and it's stretchy.
Stop, dude. Stop. You're killing Kenny back here,
on.
man.
Thick and stretchy, huh? All right.
It's really good. It keeps you warm.
Yeah, where'd you get it from?
Laugh away, cold boy. You're going to be walking around in shorts next month.
Well, Kenny is like, he'll be the first white guy in shorts
Yes.
from this crew.
We're not very far away from it. Boys, I gotta tell you.
No, we had days like that last week or 2 weeks ago anyway. We're definitely white guy in shorts.
Anyway, so I don't know if that qualifies if you go underwear long johns, but I've never heard anybody say, I'm going to double up on
Doubling
the wear.
up on the wear?
Yeah.
I'd never
Well,
heard of this.
nowadays, Doug, you know this. Like, there's the dry fit stuff with Nike. Does that count as wear? You know what I mean? Like the shorts or even the pants.
So you go underwear and then pull they're almost like bike shorts
They're
without
like- it's
the
like
padding
underwear.
and the crotch.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what it is.
Well, when you're thick and stretchy, you might need to protect what's there.
Well, I'm not stretchy.
Doug Kirsch, 2026. I'm not stretchy.
Uncensored.
Anyway, no, I've never heard of double it up of the wear, to answer the question. Have you?
I've never heard of this.
No.
No. Nor would I think to do it. No.
What do you do when it's this cold? You just grin and bear it, and that's it?
If you're going to have to be outside, do you
Yeah.
prepare
If I
anything?
have to be outside, like, okay, yeah. So, I in the past, I have gone with wear sweatpants, jeans over the sweatpants. I'll double up the socks. That I have done, and then you'll throw layers on, t-shirt, sweatshirt, and then sweat jacket or pullover, whatever you got, winter jacket. Yeah, I can layer up, but for me, when it comes to layering up the lower half of the body, it's it would go like sweatpants and to put jeans over the sweatpants and double up the socks.
And it's effective for you.
Yeah, it's been effective enough.
I
Yeah.
don't feel like Kenny cares. I feel like you just like, whatever.
So, guys, sometimes I wear 2 pairs of shorts.
Do you?
Crazy.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I guess that's it. Yep.
Do you hear that? I heard, I don't know if this is true. Did Sean McVay say he wears scuba gear when it's this cold?
Stafford's. I think.
Maybe Stafford told him to do it.
I think Stafford does that. Wears some sort of scuba like top when in the cold. That's what he was wearing in Chicago. That they were talking about that before the game.
Well, what got the conversation going was the Rams
Whatever
putting
makes Sean McVay cooler is what he'll wear, and not cooler temperature wise.
the Rams put cayenne pepper in their shoes.
I heard that too. That seemed odd.
I can't believe that actually works. It feels like one of those myths. They put
Cabbage on the head and went to keep cool.
Oh, do you do? Have you ever done that?
I haven't done that, but I've heard that from baseball players. They would do that back in the day when all the fields were artificial turf and to be 120 degrees out there, that they'd throw like a leaf of cabbage on their head or something.
All right, let's get back to your phone calls. Mike in Highlander on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Mike, Doug, I want to comment on your layering for skiing. That you're doing it completely wrong. And I met you before when you were just becoming a skier, and so I'm surprised you haven't figured it out. You want to wear synthetics whenever moisture is involved when you're skiing or snowboarding?
Well, I mean, it's like the big thing is that Versa. I think the brand. It used to be called Second Skin at Dick's Sporting Goods, but they changed it to Versa.
Thick and stretchy.
And yeah, it is synthetic.
Well, that's what you want to wear. Never cotton. Never cotton. It'll get wet, stay wet. And so you need a synthetic long underwear and then just a wind pant. You don't need sweatpants. I live in the mountains, and even when it's 0 degrees, I wear a shell pant and the right long underwear and synthetic underneath it.
Well,
and as long as you have headgear, you're going to be okay.
There's one thing that is always under consideration, and that is when I am done skiing and I am headed into the bar for a prey ski, I am sometimes take the pants off, and I don't want to be walking around in my long johns.
Well, no, you with the shell pant, you'll have vents on the inside of your legs. No one is stripping down to go to the bar.
Well, I mean,
you don't know, Doug.
I know. There's some Aussies out there that will get it done.
Yeah.
But you're an athletic guy. You're going to be able to. Your body will burn energy, and you don't have to strip down and wear your sweatpants in the bar.
Okay. Well, sometimes, but look, I got my system. It works for me.
You are an athletic guy.
Well, that is true. A thick athletic guy.
Just not stretchy anymore.
He just said thick athletic.
Established. Not the point of the segment.
Own it. Just own it. And
right.
He does.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Does anybody ever wear 2 pairs of underwear to beat the cold? It is Carson Anderson. Coming up next hour, some Red Wing trade rumors that we got to get into. Are they going to make a move? Some people would like to see it. 97.1.
Welcome back, Karsch and Anderson. Here on 97.1, 248-539, 9797. Same number to text if you'd like to get through that way. Love to hear all the different opinions and different views. Lots we've been talking about today. We started the show talking about the Lions' new offensive coordinator.
Yep.
Shifting in the national championship game. How great that was to watch. NFL playoffs, Tarek Skubal stuff, the Evan Petzold column in today's Free Press where he quotes Scott Boras. Some interesting things going on.
Can I ask you a question?
You can ask me anything you like.
Oh, good. Could you envision yourself ever spending $4,574 to go see a championship game? Michigan State playing in the College Football National Championship game. The Lions playing in the Super Bowl. Because yesterday late, the reporting was that the average secondary market ticket price for Indiana-Miami in a stadium that is Miami's home stadium, but was taken over by Hoosier fans. But the the average price was $4,974, just shy of $5,000. That's the average price. Can you ever envision yourself doing that?
Until you said it, I was going to say that's entirely too much. And then I started thinking about, okay, if you know this ahead of time, that's going to be crazy. And of course, if Michigan State were in that position or if the Lions were in that position, the price would be comparable. And would I want to see that? I'd like to. I think to justify it, I think you start working on a fund right now.
Start putting money away now.
Start socking away some money here and there for whenever that comes. So it's not like, oh yeah, next year. You don't know when it's going to come. You know, you maybe you stockpiled some money so when it does happen, in let's say it happens 3 years from now, Lions playing the Super Bowl. I got 3 years of saving up for this. I feel pretty good about that.
Mm-hmm.
It's one ticket. It's not even for a pair. I could see myself starting to think about that.
Kang, could you see yourself dropping $5,000 on a Super Bowl ticket?
No, not unless I won the Powerball or something.
And I mean, even then, I'm not like a Lions Super Bowl ticket. I think would exceed what the average buy-in price was last night, and I think it would exceed it rather significantly. But I also envision, I think last night was the college version of what it would be like for the Lions to be in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I think Lions fans would take over the stadium as best they could, and I think Lions fans, unfortunately, would shell out. And I feel terrible for the season ticket holder that looks at that and goes, "I can't afford that."
I was surprised that there were way more Indiana fans than there were Miami fans when the game was played. Let me check. It says here Miami.
Yeah.
It's basically a home game, and Indiana bought all the tickets.
Yep, seemed like it, but that.
Because it does feel like once in a lifetime if you're Indiana.
The crazy thing is
you're on pace now you're the trendsetter.
Our entire lives prior to the 2024 college football season, if the question was what is more unlikely, Indiana winning the national championship in football or the Lions winning the Super Bowl, up until 2024, I think that question was resoundingly answered Indiana. I think Indiana winning the college football national championship is a far greater stretch than the Lions winning the Super Bowl. Far greater.
Yeah, well, first of all, you got 32 teams in the NFL versus all the 140 teams, whatever, are in Division I college football or FBS. And then knowing that, you know, in the NFL, you've got the salary cap, everything's kind of relegated, you got parity. At some point, you think it's just going to be your time. In college ball, now there is no salary cap. Now you can spend money. It's a little bit different here. But prior to that, I never thought Indiana was ever going to emerge as a power.
Nope.
And they got there because they hired the right coach to start things off. And then when the coach gave the proof of concept, then here comes the billionaire backing. And doesn't look like Indiana's going to go away anytime soon.
They were 100 to 1 to win it before this season started. They made the playoff last year, the year before.
It's crazy. That is a lack of acceptance.
The playoff team would be 100 to 1. A playoff team.
I know, right? That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem. I mean, you would think that a playoff team wouldn't be that much of a long shot, but I think it's just. it speaks to people not being able to accept and believe that Indiana could actually do it. I guess the point isn't really that now the Lions are going to do it. I guess the point is if that can happen, virtually anything can happen in sports. Now, there was a major sea change in how that sport was run. And in Indiana, it's not necessarily NIL, but certainly the portal. Had Cignetti left under previous rules, I don't think players were going to sit out a year to go to Indiana. I mean, some would, but not in the major numbers that they did. It's a quick turnaround world, though.
That it is.
What's the sea change that needs to happen to benefit the Lions? How do we figure that out? All right. The other thing is I didn't get your take on the Detroit Red Wings not trading for Rasmus Anderson, who goes to the Golden Knights.
Yep.
I talked
second-round picks, was it in the player?
a couple of players I thought it was, but I talked to somebody in the game that said that is a steep price to pay for a rental.
And that's the thing is
Somebody not associated with the Red Wings.
I don't think that the Red Wings are going to be in the business of rental players unless they have some sort of assurances they can either work out a contract, that there's interest in remaining with the team, or if the price is just low enough where it's not much of a risk. This organization used to do that all the time. Oh, expiring contract, fine, we'll do that. I mean, and when they made the whole amazing trades that they turned in 1999, I believe, in that trade deadline, it was Bill Ranford, it was Chris Chelios, it was Wendell Clark, it was Ulf Samuelsson, and I think only Chelly was a long-term deal. Everything else is like rental. Different era of hockey, and so now it's a salary cap league. It's different, and I think Yzerman only wants to trade for guys that they can have control for years.
So then circling back, you don't have an issue with them not trading for Rasmus Anderson?
I don't, because it sounds like that. I think it was Boston was heavily rumored to land him, and Boston was given permission to talk to his agent to try to work out a long-term contract, and it didn't happen. So, yeah, I think I can understand. If Boston's not going to do that, then the Red Wings just followed suit. And they're like, okay, well, yeah, they're not going to talk long-term contract, then let's not do it.
I made a point yesterday that if you're disappointed that they didn't get Rasmus Anderson, but we don't know what the ask was, then you're really starting to wade into the I just want to make a trade for trade's sake category if you don't know what the price to pay paid is. And, there's times to get more aggressive where maybe the price doesn't matter. That feels like you're one player away. They don't feel like they're one player away. They're in a good spot and they can improve their resume for sure, but they're not one player away. And so price does matter and it should matter.
If he had a couple years left on a contract, different story.
Totally different story.
Yeah.
Kenny, our station's Kenny, what do you think of not trading for Rasmus Anderson?
I really wanted Rasmus Anderson. I thought he would be a great addition to our to our maybe second pairing of defensemen. But same time, like as you said, if the asking price was too high, and it also sounds like Steve Yzerman was pretty bullish on if we're going to trade for somebody, we want them to be here for a while. And it sounds like from every rumor that I've read, he doesn't want to sign somewhere long-term for term. Like that's just not what his interests are. So if that's the case, fine. The Panarin stuff too is fascinating to me.
Well, we'll get to that coming up next as an insider actually says something about the Red Wings and Panarin. Could he be coming to Detroit? That would be something that is straight ahead. You'll hear what Pierre McGuire had to say here on 97.1. Okay. So saw this on Twitter, the sheet with Jeff Merrick, talking about potential landing spots for a New York Ranger pending free agent, Artemi Panarin. He have 40-goal season a couple years ago, often in the 30s, a little bit older, 34, pending free agent. Where might he end up? There was some speculation. And here's what Pierre Maguire said on the sheet with Jeff Merrick. Well. How do you feel about this? Aging, but,
He's 34, Panarin is. Unless, I don't know, is he now 35? He's 34, won't be 35 until October. He's still playing at a very high level. He's got 56 points in the 49 games. He had 89 points last year and 37 goals. And he'd be great to put on one of the top two lines. The problem with it is that he's a free agent at the end of the year. He's a guy who's making $11.6 million for this year. So even though it's prorated, I think that actually helps the Red Wings because they're one of the teams that can actually afford to take that on. But is the price going to be sky high? Because he's better than a quality player. This is an all-star type player. And are they going to ask for too much for a rental? And again, this gets back to the whole rental thing. And I'd love to get him. I mean, just as a player, absolutely. Offensive minded. He's 2 years removed from having 120 points in the season, including 49 goals. I think he'd slide right in on either of those top two lines the Red Wings have, and he'd do a great job.
Would he need to agree to terms on a new contract with Detroit?
Well, and as a 34-year-old going to be 35 when the season starts next year, I mean,
sketch. Do
you want to give him $11 million again and give a 3-year, $33 million deal, or is this something that like you're just looking at as the rental, or if you can extend him, would it be for something that makes more sense? I mean, like I said, he's still producing, and he's 34. He's not 38.
No, but he's probably going to produce less and less moving forward.
You would imagine.
You don't want to pay him for what he did.
No, but I mean, since the 21-22 season, he had 96 points that year. The following year, 92 points. The following year, 120 points. Then 89 points last year, and he's on pace this year for roughly 90-something points, 92 points. He's been remarkably consistent over the last 5 seasons, including this one.
Kenny, would you pull the trigger on a trade for Artemi Panarin?
I would, yeah. I feel like he'd be a good middle six forward. In terms of contract, too, if you wanted to re-sign him, I have zero interest in an $11 million deal.
Yeah.
I have zero interest in a $10 million deal. I have zero interest in a $9 million deal.
I have zero interest in anything more than 3 years.
I agree with that completely. And I feel like, though, the sticking point with Steve Yzerman, when we talked about Rasmus Andersson, it's term. So I feel like if they were to trade for him, there would be a number attached to it with term that is like a sign and trade type of a deal.
So the other name, and we saw this. I think it's Hockey Rumors is on Twitter, where they quote Frank Saravelli regarding Elias Pettersson. I think Detroit have got the wherewithal and future pieces. Most important to make it make sense for the Canucks. They also have cap flexibility. Then David Pagnotta says regarding the Red Wings, they're looking at a D, top 4 quality guy, and then the same time they've been looking for extra firepower up front. It's clear Detroit is active. So whether it's Pettersson, whether it's Panarin, or anybody else, it feels like this might be the year that we see Steve Yzerman give it some gas. Question is how much? There's a lot more. I feel like there's a lot more rumblings here. Now, maybe it's because the Olympic break's coming and there's expedited trade talks, but
yeah, and I don't think Steve Yzerman wants to go through what they went through last year, which was obviously they were stumbling into the trade deadline. They didn't make moves, and then you hear disappointment from the players, and specifically Dylan Larkin was disappointed that it didn't make something happen. And Yzerman fired back a little bit in the offseason, and okay, but that you can't take that away. That was said last year, right? From both parties, both Yzerman and Larkin. So I think that there's an understanding that you guys got to be better. Okay, they're better now. They're one of the top teams in all of hockey, let alone the Eastern Conference, and certainly in their division. They're playing great right now. So why not make a move before the Olympic break so that you hit that break with you've already made your moves, you're ready to go, so that you're ready for the munch of Marth, as we say, right? As opposed to waiting for that month to start going and then waiting to the last second of the trade deadline. What you don't know with Pettersson is, okay, he's coming off. There's a couple of years here in a row now where he hasn't put up great numbers in Vancouver. Last year played 64 games, had 15 goals and 45 points. This year he's played 41 games, half the season, and he's got 29 points and only 13 goals. But it's a higher goal pace than what he had last year. But the point totals have gone down significantly. When you look at the 23-24 season, he had 89 points. The year prior to that, he had 39 goals and 102 points, and that's why he got this giant contract, which goes on for like 6 more years. I would imagine that if the Red Wings are interested, if you're going to take on a guy that's going to make almost $12 million a year for the next 6 years, I think that you're either asking Vancouver to pay for some of that, or that the asking price, maybe it doesn't need to be as high because you're doing somebody else a solid by getting rid of the contract.
So Max Bultman just did an updated, Red Wings prospects, like checking in on the Red Wings prospects.
With The Athletic?
Yeah. And Nate Danielson's still listed as number 1. Am I wrong for not being excited about Nate Danielson? Should I be more excited about Nate Danielson? Because I'm really not. And if he's still their number 1 prospect, I wouldn't blink to move him.
I like Nate Danielson because he's a two-way player, but the offensive upside, we haven't seen as much of that. When he was here with the Red Wings, he'll be up and down unless they move him. I don't mind moving a player to get somebody, particularly somebody who's not in the lineup, right? These are prospects again, and when the time is right to move prospects for players, you got to do it. I think the time is getting to be right.
Here's what Bultman just wrote. The question is consistency of his production, and that showed up in his 28 games with the Red Wings earlier this year, in which he had 7 points. He also hasn't really dominated since getting back to Grand Rapids either. Though some transition time is fair to expect. He's just 21, so there's a lot of runway left, but Donaldson should be a solid middle 6. Danielson, should be a solid middle 6 center as his floor. Kenny, am I wrong?
I don't know that you're wrong. I'm just wondering why he's still number 1. I mean, like, Sebastian Coase has been putting up amazing numbers. He's been doing incredible things with the AHL. So
he's number 5.
He's number 5
behind Trey Augustine.
I haven't seen this list, so I'm coming into this blind. But am I wrong for thinking that's crazy?
I think it's a little crazy given the year he's had so far. But
and by the way, I like Max. Max,
let's be clear here.
Work.
I don't know that they've updated the rankings. This might be taking who they were and just I
think the other thing to keep in mind with the numbers that Seabass has put up down there is that every goaltender that plays there puts up the same numbers. Like they've done amazingly well. They've lost like 2 games. Grand Rapids has. They've been great. I imagine Brandzik Nygaard is probably number 2 in the system, and then pick your Carter for number 3 there. But they do have players they could move. I'm not so sure that the better move isn't to go for a defenseman as opposed to a forward. I think the reason the Red Wings have played so well, and you look at what Gibson has done, and he's won 15 of his last 17 starts, and he's been the best goaltender in hockey during that stretch. The defense in front of him got better, and then he got better. I'd like to get better defensively. And if you can find somebody that would slide in to be a top 4 defenseman, that's a move I would prefer to make. And hopefully it's somebody that you can sign long-term and not just a rental.
And in fairness to Gibson, he is playing above league average. He is playing league average goals against, I think, is like 9 or 899 or 898 or something like save percentage. So like he's like 902, 903 somewhere
on the
in there.
season.
On the season.
But during this stretch of the last 17 games, which the first 16 games it was last 17 games,
incredible.
He's been great. Yeah, that number is like 920 or 925, somewhere up in that range.
All right, 248-539-9797 if you want to keep talking some Red Wings hockey. In the meantime, the best team in the Eastern Conference of the NBA just beat the Celtics last night. 1-point game down at LCA while the national championship game was going on. Another key resume win for the Detroit Pistons, who are, I think the world is starting to accept that the Pistons are indeed for real in Detroit. Hey, man, this has been an enthusiastic fan base to get behind this group for some time.
Well, when you get Cade Cunningham named a starter in the All-Star game, I think that says something.
We will get to some Piston discussion straight ahead. Right after we mentioned the best thing in hockey did happen last night, that at 1:31 on 97.1. Okay, so one other thing in hockey, San Jose beat Florida last night 4-1, which is awesome because I can't stand the Florida Panthers. But what stole the show was a fight between Sergei Bobrovsky, the goalie for Florida, as he skated the length of the ice and squared off with former Red Wing netminder Alex Nedeljkovic. And let me tell you something. The goalie fight, as far as quality of fight, it was not a high-quality fight. The enthusiasm from the rest of the guys on the ice was awesome. And, I mean, it fired up the rest of the players. I love it. A good old-fashioned goalie fight.
Everybody loves a good old-fashioned goalie fight when you see the two. I mean, was it Nedeljkovic, I think, that was already engaging and trying to engage in a fight with other players on the ice, and then
that's when
Bobrovsky just takes off, and you see this hulking mass because of all the pads chasing. It's always fun to watch that happen, and then they drop the gloves, and they are big gloves to drop. And one helmet
for the helmets to come.
One helmet comes off quickly, and then it takes a second for the other one. And the only bummer part about that goalie fight is that eventually they ended up skating like over towards where the gloves had been dropped, and it makes the footing precarious. And then somebody slips, and next thing you know, they got to break it up. But it was a substantial fight. I mean, there were real punches being thrown. Those guys are really throwing haymakers and landing a couple. It was a fun fight.
Absolutely love it.
The goalie fight's awesome. Did you know, I was talking to our station, Kenny,
Yeah.
when the last goalie fight was?
The last time there was a goalie fight?
Yeah.
How many years do you think it's been? And yes, I'm saying years multiple.
It feels like it happens every year, but I would say, okay, so 3? I don't know.
Keep going.
5?
Keep going.
Come on.
2020 was the last time a goalie fight proper has happened in the NHL.
Really?
Yes.
Who was it?
It was Cam Talbot and somebody else. I can't remember. I saw the stat earlier.
Wow.
Crazy.
There you go. Well, there should be more goalie fights. We should encourage goalie fights.
But not too much, because that's what makes it fun and cool. It's like, oh, what?
For our entertainment.
Yeah. More than once every 6 years. How
Yeah,
about that?
I say more than that.
Yes.
Okay. So at the LCA, the Pistons were busy knocking off the Boston Celtics, which is always nice. I got random Celtics guy call the show yesterday
Yeah.
that proclaimed that the Pistons better win this game because the C's are getting Tatum back in February and the Pistons are done. So maybe the Pistons heard him and took his advice and won the game. But February, huh? February, you say? It's too bad. I thought the Pistons had a chance. Nice win last night. And another one of these games where Cade doesn't exactly light the world on fire in terms of scoring. But it was good to see Jaden Ivey chip in the second half. And, I think the Ivey thing is, I don't know that it's uncomfortable, but it's kind of a weird watch. I'm a big Jaden Ivey fan, and I think it's appropriate to give him a significant period of time to reintegrate. But I don't know when that significant period of time is up.
Yeah, it's been disappointing. It's been a struggle, and
has it been?
Well, for me as a fan to watch, I think I've been disappointed watching him since he's come back, and now that we're getting into the full throes of the NBA season here, we're halfway through it, and this is a really good team, and they're really good without getting a major contribution from a guy that you thought that was going to be a major contributor. Mm-hmm. I don't know if this is still something, hey, I'm just not feeling right yet. I'm slow to come off this injury or what the case is, or if it's just something that, he's not a fit to come off the bench. He's a guy who needs to start and maybe start for another team. But when every trade is mentioned with the Pistons or any trade talk mentioned, it starts with, well, you have to throw Tobias Harris in the mix, right? Because that's the money that has to work out. But Tobias Harris is playing as well as anybody else.
Playing like he desperately does not want to get traded. Right?
You're struggling. Cade Cunningham's not putting up points. He's having an awful night at the field. Well, Tobias is putting in 22. Okay.
Tobias has turned into my Javonte Green, Doug. That to you.
Since you came public with
Seriously,
the
yes.
criticism of him, he's been
unreal. Last night he was great.
Yeah.
Tobias Harris was great last night. Big part of that win. Cade Cunningham was off. Tobias, shouldered to scoring. Ivy, he had 2 big threes in the fourth quarter. That's what you're hoping for Ivy, to come off the bench, provide scoring, another ball handler, things like that. The team is kind of like making their case for, let us run this as is. We don't need a trade, a big trade.
I get it. I'm torn on Tobias because Tobias to me was always the given. Any big trade, Tobias is going the other way. And then I just keep watching Tobias. The trade rumors have heated up, and so has Tobias. What do you do with that? He's clearly playing a role that goes beyond the box score. He's the veteran in the room. He's one of those guys that everybody says good things about.
Yeah, and people always say, well, a free agent year, right? You go into your free agent year and you're going to start performing better. At least they say that with other sports. But he's been around long enough. He's just a solid player. He always has been a solid player.
Last night, so I had the national championship game on, and the secondary TV had the Pistons game on. But I saw him hit 2 big threes.
No, the thing is, on paper, it makes too much sense to not include Tobias Harris. Like, you have to include him in every trade. The contract, the age. This is technically his worst scoring year in his career. At the time I said Tobias Harris, those things about Tobias Harris, like, you have to trade him. He had missed 5 games in a row, things like that. They were winning without him, clearly. But then you look at on the court and the chemistry they have together. He's obviously a great locker room guy. They play like no one should be traded. That's the way they play.
Well, and would you'd hate to say that they've got some magic here in terms of chemistry. And on paper, you come up with a Tobias Harris trade and Jaden Ivey, and you get back, in the first round pick, and you get back Lauri Markkanen, or you get back Michael Porter Jr., whatever the case is, right? And they come in, and from a basketball standpoint, they make sense. But what if it completely F's up the chemistry?
That's always the fear, Doug. You're absolutely right. How many times has a trade had been made, whether it's here or not, and not, it turned out to be for the worse?
Yeah,
you made your team worse.
People have cited the Piston trades that they made in the past that put them over the top. The Dantley for Aguirre trade was one that there was knowledge that it would improve the room.
Yes.
Because of Isaiah Thomas's relationship with Mark Aguirre.
Like, they knew. Personality clash with Dantley and the rest of the team.
If there's no indication that there's a personality clash here.
No. In fact, everybody loves Tobias.
Yeah.
But he's playing like he don't want to get traded, man.
I know.
And they're winning. My gut tells me Langdon keeps this team together and lets them run it.
My gut tells me he does, sort of. I expect there to be, I continue to say, last year they acquired Dennis Schroeder, and I think it'll be a move like that. I don't think it's going to be a big move. I don't think it's going to be Michael Porter Jr., and I don't think it's going to be Lauri Markkanen.
Find another player that can handle the ball and plays defense, and find somebody who can knock down 3-point shots, but isn't, necessarily somebody who
that guy might be Dennis Jenkins, man.
It might, right? It might be.
Yeah, because you're going to take away playing time from somebody, and Dennis Jenkins, it feels like now that they have got their guys back, it's definitely changed Dennis Jenkins' role. But
and Cade's not playing like he's played before he got hurt. Like, he's come back in these 3 games and he's shooting horribly from the field. He's dishing it out. He's got 30 assists in the last 3 games, but his shooting percentage is way down.
Yeah,
in those 3 games. But he's going to get better. He's going to improve, and when he does, it's going to be even better. But yeah, they're making a case like, don't rock the boat, and yet your mind tells you if you're a really good basketball team and you're ready to make the playoff push, you add, because that's what you do. But do you add by taking away someone like Tobias, who's a major contributor?
And last night they played the 2 seed. You handled, I wasn't handily but you won that game. And you basically showed you could win without adding anybody.
Now, to our Celtics buddy who called yesterday and said the Pistons are in trouble when Tatum comes back, I mean, they might be, and I don't know that the plan was to be the best team in the East this year. They're acting like they're the best team in the East. But is there any indication, Is Tatum going to hit the ground running? Is he going to? I mean, what's he going to be when he comes back? And when is he going to come back?
Yeah, you always got to be concerned after an injury like that, even mentally for him to come back on the court.
I mean, we're talking about how Jaden Ivey's having problems reintegrating. Now, Tatum's a better player.
Yeah,
He's a better player, but that doesn't mean that the reintegration is a real thing. Like getting up to full speed is a real thing. 248-539-9797. Anyway, you want to continue the Piston or Red Wing talk? We can. We got open lines. It's Karsch and Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Hope everybody's doing well. By the way, I finished season 1 of Pluribus.
Wow,
Yeah.
that happened.
Yeah, it did. Came on a recommendation. I was a little bit, January, I did dry January, and I got to drop some LBs after the holidays. So I spent a lot of time on the stationary bike, the Peloton, and I throw something up on the screen, and I blew through Pluribus. So
I would have wished you good luck, but you were able to get it done.
I was able to get it
Look at
done.
you.
Yeah.
Persevere.
If I had any time, I would try that series, Doug.
Pluribus?
Yes, I would.
Yeah.
He's the same guy that did Breaking Bad, so I'm very curious of how he does this one.
Well, it's based in New Mexico.
Yep.
Well, it's intriguing. It's a thinker, and parts of it were exceedingly slow, and I have no idea how I made it through them because when things slow down, I bail. But kept me interested just enough. Made it through season 1 of Pluribus. Let's get back to your open line calls. John in Battle Creek. Hi, John.
Hey, how are you today? I see you're in a better mood than yesterday. That was horrible.
Well, hold on for a second. Hold on. We'll give you your time, John. Was it horrible because I was horrible, or was it horrible because of some of the callers?
The way the people treated you, I thought was very disrespectful.
Well, I didn't see it that way.
disrespectful.
John, I didn't see it that way. We just had a fundamental disagreement about the quarterback for the Detroit Lions. But at the end of the day, it's just sports. It's all good.
Well, I get that, but I know Gator would have went nuts if he had been on.
Yeah, well, you know what I don't want to do, John? The problem is by bringing it up on the air, we may reignite the conversation, and I don't think we need to do that.
Oh,
so.
no, we're not. Let's stop with that. I don't think I can go through it again.
I'll just say this. My favorite one was the guy that said Goff doesn't win big games. He lost the only big game he had in L.A. and in Detroit. And I'm like, in L.A., he lost the Super Bowl. So when he won the NFC title game for the Rams, that wasn't a big game. But when he lost it when he was in Detroit, that was. I was like, come on, dude. But anyway, sorry. John,
I was on. Go ahead.
No, we've gone too far with it already. I'm sure that's not why you called.
Okay. No, well, to tell you that, I thought you were very, you managed yourself very well, because that could have went south real quick. And that guy telling about golf, I was right on after him, and it's like, are you freaking kidding me? Where's this guy? There's no reason to even say something like that. But let's get into the Pistons and the Red Wings. I think we leave them alone.
Both of them?
Maybe add a piece of the Red Wings. We got all those people down in Grand Rapids. I grew up in Grand Rapids watching my whole life watching when the Griffins started. I have the third person to buy tickets on their list, and I watched them and watched them.
So you would leave them alone right now?
I'd leave them alone and bring somebody up from underneath to help out, but I wouldn't touch it. No, I think they're going to get better as they go. Honestly, Gator, I don't think this break's going to be a big thing.
I don't think they're going to do what's happened over the last 3 years in March. I don't think that's going to happen. But I think you've got yourself an opportunity right now. You're a very good hockey team. There might be some players out that are worth getting that would improve this hockey team. If I could find a top 4 defenseman, if I could find a top 6 forward, and you add both of those, and what are you giving up? You'd be giving up players that aren't even on this roster right now to get that along with draft capital. Mm-hmm. I'd do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. The thing is, when I look down at Grand Rapids, you know what I see? I see a lot of guys that I don't think are answers.
Right. I know what you mean. It's not like you got
with all
somebody who's
respect
got
to Dominic Shine, right?
Yeah,
I think
right.
Dominic Shine's a guy who can help you.
Or Austin
and
Watson.
I like those guys. And when they come up here, they can help. But trades feel like you're going for difference makers, where you change the narrative of the season. And I'm not sure you get that in Leonard and Shine and players like that.
Watson.
It sounds so disrespectful, but do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I do understand what you're saying. And I don't know if what's the objective in Grand Rapids? Is it to win games in Grand Rapids, or is it to develop the players? And it looks like the way they're playing, It's to win games as opposed to develop guys, because it seems like their system makes every goaltender really good right now, and they don't have like a standout offensive player, somebody who's, well more than point a game and putting up crazy numbers like you see in some of the other leagues. But they do have highly valued players like a Danielson, like a Brandzeg Nygaard. Wish Carter Mazur were healthy so we could see him play, but he's not. And then they've got, and that's just Grand Rapids, let alone throughout the other levels of the minors. Guys that drafted the last couple of years, guys are still playing for the junior teams, but they've got players they can move if they want to that don't affect the current roster. So that's why I find it interesting of what they can do here. And if the right player, the right fit comes along, don't be afraid to pull the trigger.
Next up is Rodney in Westland. What's up, Rodney?
How you doing, gentlemen?
Great.
I called about the Pistons, but since you mentioned the Red Wings, they both need to upgrade if they can while they have a chance. I don't want the Pistons to do what the Tigers didn't do last year, get a bona fide hitter that they could have, Tigers, if they had gotten one, could have went farther in the playoffs. Last night's game should have showed you that with Cade hurt, you can see they barely beat Boston. Boston on the trade deadline is not going to stand still. We need another scorer that could shoot the three also. Heaven forbid if something happens to Duncan. He's our best three-point shooter, and you see how when he shoots well, how the Pistons play better. Without him, if he gets hurt or Cade continues to get hurt, the Pistons will fall off. They have a chance to go deeper.
So here's my question, Rodney. Rodney, just out of curiosity, because you're on a roll here a little bit, but if the Pistons do not make a trade, keep in mind that they are thinking about this year and the year after and the year after. Like the organization has a responsibility to the now, but the responsibility to the future. And we don't know what the asking price might be for a player that can help. And that's where I get a little hesitant. Like, don't make a trade for trade's sake. Because if you don't even care what the asking price is, you just want a player, it feels to me like you're making a trade for trade's sake.
I get that.
Yep.
But look at the Eisman plan. He's been looking for the future for the last 6 years.
And look at what they're doing now. But hold on, look at what they're doing. They've all been leading up to this moment, and now they may give it gas. That's a different story. That team has been building for a while, and it might make sense now.
Well, after 6 or 7 years, the Eisman plan, look when they fall apart in March. So I wouldn't, I'm very, very leery. They each both need to make an upgrade, like you said, on defense, and on score for the Wings. But going up for the Pistons, just like the Lions, they had 2 chances to make it to the Super Bowl, and look how hard it's going to take to get back to that point. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
What you have with
I mean, right now, last year the Super Bowl winner didn't make a move at the trade deadline, and this year the Super Bowl favorite didn't make a move at the trade deadline. Now, maybe New England won't win it all, but New England and Philly are 2 teams that took heat from media and fan bases because they didn't make a trade at the trade deadline. And the results do matter. The results matter. In fact, Philly got hyper aggressive this year at the trade deadline, and they're out. Last year when they didn't, it's not just this panacea, direct draw straight line between making that trade and realizing your goals. Mike and Pinckney, you're next. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Doug, I kind of agree with you and Gator about the Wings. In '96, we had the best team ever. We had all-stars top and down, and Scotty Bowman, get rid of Coffey, get rid of Cicerelli, get rid of these guys. And it was the player that Yzerman, the one he wanted was Shanahan. Shanahan's the one that came in, changed the 2 top lines, kept the Russian 5 together, kept the grind line together, changed the whole culture of that team. He could fight, shoot, he could do anything, and that's what, if this Panarin is, we should do that. Just because we're one of the top teams in the league right now, like you said, Shine or these guys down in Grand Rapids are good players, but I don't think it's going to be that player that comes in that locker room and changes things, and some of the players can rally behind him like a Panarin and just get that extra punch down this playoff push.
Well, if he's that type of player,
you get a guy like Panarin, that could change a lot.
If Panarin's the type of player that gets everybody excited in the room, great. But I mean, he's not Brendan Shanahan. Shanny was not incredibly unique, but pretty unique. I mean, that Shanahan plays a style that like the Kachuk brothers play. And if they could find something like that, that'd be outstanding. But Panarin's a guy who puts the puck in the net. He knows how to find guys. He's still playing at a pretty high level. I'd like to add him, but at what cost? You got to be careful what that cost is.
Mike Stone has made his way in studio, and he's got about 10 seconds to tell us what's coming up next.
Let's see. Title game, Lions offensive coordinator, some baseball stuff, and a problem I see still with the Pistons.
All right, there you go. Mike Stone in today for Rico with Mike Valeni. Thanks for listening, everybody. Have a great day. Stay warm out there. Stay safe and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
MLB agent Scott Boras spoke with Evan Petzel to the Free Press about his client Tarek Skubal's arbitration situation, saying, quote, "We're open to negotiate. There are no deadlines from Tarek Skubal's camp," end quote. That, of course, refuting the prior report that Boras shut down negotiations after the Tigers' first offer of $19.8 million. MLB is set to announce their Hall of Fame class tonight at 6 o'clock as well. The NBA released their top-selling jerseys from the first half of the season. Warriors sharpshooter Steph Curry is number 1. Kate Cunningham was ranked 14th. Pistons back on the floor tomorrow against New Orleans. Number 3, Michigan basketball is back on the floor tonight against Indiana at 7. Meanwhile, the Hoosiers looking to snap a 3-game losing skid, including a blowout loss last contest against Iowa. Meanwhile, number 10, Michigan State has Oregon on the road, tipped there at 9 o'clock. The Red Wings back on the practice ice. Oh, wow. The Red Wings back at the practice ice this afternoon. Tom McClellan said that John Gibson will be back in net tomorrow against the Maple Leafs. It's racing day at the Auto Show, and the Detroit Grand Prix tickets are officially on sale. You can find them on the website as well. According to Adam Schefter, the Steelers are interviewing Vikings defensive coordinator Brian Flores for their head coaching gig as well. And Duke has filed a restraining order against their quarterback Darian Mensah, trying to not allow him to enter the transfer portal. At the Corwell House Sports Desk from the Auto Show, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
That's Mike Stone. I have to tell you, this is going to be a big broadcast today because not only is Stoney wearing the first baseball hat ever produced, if you're watching this on video, Mike.
Hey.
Is that hat straight from 93?
Oh, no, it's earlier than that. It's my alma mater. Have to rep the American University Eagles.
Also, I can tell you factually that out of nowhere in show prep, Stoney grunted and slammed his computer down.
Yeah.
So that's Mike Stone.
It was amazing.
Right. I know. It wasn't bad. Before we start, by the way. Okay.
How can I be of service?
You were here yesterday. I worked in the morning. Our compatriots over there, Kenny and Hatchet, they did not work. David, what did you do this weekend? Excuse me?
Wait. Say that in Nona's Goodyear.
Oh, see, dear. You missed it. You weren't here on Friday. We were setting you up for that one. Otto does an update. Otto does the update about the signing, and he added a letter in Bo Bichette's name.
Unbelievable.
Stoney and I looked at each other like, Did he say that?
I don't know what he said.
Did he just say what he said?
He said
It was a real
Bichette.
Dan Band moment. We all looked at each other. It was like, did he say that?
Will Ferrell at the wedding. Frank the Tank. Wait, no, he didn't say it. No.
Yeah. And we also referenced the
God.
Pittsburgh Pirates owner. Remember that, Dave? That was pretty interesting.
I don't even want to know. Because I know his name, and that's
yeah.
We were talking payroll.
Yes, we were talking payroll.
All right. Well, David, at what point does that make its way to the drop board? I will tell you.
Yes, we decided.
Poor Jeremy, too. We played one drop, and then he's like, oh, wow.
I know. But suddenly the Bichette drop is an early 13 seed with a chance to rise.
Hey, that's right up there with the old Rod Allen one.
Oh, I know.
Oh, my. Okay.
I mean, do you pair? I'm like asking a question, but I'm the one making the pairings with David. Do we pair the Bichette one with the Adam Eaton one and have them in a play? You know, I mean,
you can. I want to remind you, it's January 20th.
I know.
We have a little bit of time.
I know.
For the pairings.
How are you, Michael?
I'm good. We're going to get to the Lions OC hire because, look, I had great traffic with it yesterday, but again, 80% of people weren't working. You weren't here. I want to dive into that. Mm-hmm. We'll do it at 3. Mm-hmm. Can we start with college football for a second or whatever the hell I watched last night? Because that's not college football.
Well,
okay. I have 2 takeaways from this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not asking you to react any which way. I could be totally out to lunch. One is, while the story of like, wow, Indiana just won a championship is awesome, and I am happy for their fans. Watching last night, it really does strike you. Like, Well, that's not Miami and that's not Indiana. It's just mercenaries that wear laundry, as Kenny likes to say. Like, are we sure Indiana's good for the sport? Meaning, Rico always says this, and I agree with him wholeheartedly. They've ruined it for everybody. Like now, anytime you hire a coach, you're comping it to, well, Cignetti did it, and that's not repeatable. And the other thing is, are we sure what's good for the sport is shopping for only 22 and 23-year-old football players? Because that's Indiana. Like, they basically took everything about college and threw it in the garbage. And we're like, Stoney, you've raised children, which is a miracle. David, you're a dad. Like, when you're 18, the difference between 18 and 22 or 18 and 23 is a lifetime.
Oh, yeah.
So all Indiana did was, we're going to get a bunch of old people. That's not college football. That's Mike Stone. That's one that bothered me. But let me give you the other one. And then take this wherever you want to go, Mike.
Okay.
Last night felt like I was watching a bad welfare version of NFL football. That's what last night felt like. It didn't feel like college. I just struggled with it. And look, I didn't have a dog in the fight. I mean, podcast, I had Miami getting 8.5. Okay, yippee, cash ticket. The point is, that's not what I want to watch. And it was January 19th. Mike, the end of the season was 2 months ago.
Right. There were more playoff games in the NFL in between the time from when the semifinals were. That I agree with you. The thing about the age, it's true, but they aren't the only team that's doing it. And as far as the game itself, the first half was a little, a defensive game. Not much was going on, obviously. But the second half was really, really exciting. And I've gotten to the point with college football, even when I go and, watch Michigan or whoever I'm watching, I don't sit there with the bad stuff in my mind. I'm just there for the event and to root or cheer for the team that I want to win. Or, well, last night I kind of wanted Indiana, but I didn't care that much. I wasn't betting on the game, but it was thrilling. It was exciting. I wasn't sitting there saying, oh, God, Mendoza's 22. Oh, God, Pons is whatever age. I mean, I don't sit there and do that. I just watch for entertainment. And it was the second half was fabulous.
So I want to ask the people, what was your takeaway last night? Did you even watch the national title game? Because this thing is so out of whack as far as January 19th. That's got to stop. But two, you watched it. I'm giving you a simple homework assignment is tell me what your takeaway was while watching. Because I'm not asking you to hate it the way I do. I want to sincerely understand because that wasn't college football. I mean, Carson Beck, the quarterback at Miami, hasn't gone to class in 2 years.
Correct.
And all jokes about UNC and no-show classes. I'm being sincere. He hasn't gone to class in 2 years.
And he knows it. He's talked about it.
Right, but what college football's turning to is old guy who won't get job. Like, that's all this is. It's a sea of Hunter Dickinsons. Guys who aren't good enough to go pro, and we're just going to stick around a while. And I don't like that. Because what it takes away is, you end up at a place there and you go, all right, I'm watching guys that are older than Drake May still playing in college.
Well, yeah, that's wrong. And on the surface, I definitely agree with you. Look, we've had, ones before, like there were weird ones like Chris Wenke and things like that.
Yeah, I was 27.
Yeah, I know.
Brandon Whedon.
But once the game starts,
you're able to compartmentalize.
You sit there and think about that stuff?
No, I do, but that's a me thing.
Okay.
And that's okay.
Right, yeah.
I'm totally happy to be called whatever. I mean, you do this for a living, you're going to get called names like that.
I'm watching a kid who should still be in high school, and Tony just looked like unbelievable.
Well, that's the other thing. The reclassifications and all the early enrollee stuff.
Look,
I mean, it's wrong at both ends.
They need somebody to actually run the sport, and and the basketball too, but particularly in this case, college football. But that's never going to happen, unfortunately. And this is what we have. And for Michigan and Michigan State fans, that gives does last night give you hope? Because anything can happen.
No, I have no hope.
Why?
Because we don't have Mark Cuban. That's the other problem.
Yeah, but you have that guy who I forget his name.
Yeah. MSU just took a line cook from Culver's. I mean, come on, man.
What's the guy's name who they made a big deal about with the
Greg Williams.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's not translating to human beings. We just recruited a punter from Kangaroo College. Please. No, I have no hope.
Okay.
None. I don't think what Indiana's done is repeatable. Now, sustainability, it just comes down to how many boats and how many hoes you have.
Yeah, but
that's all it is.
But look at what he did also. And I'm not like the hugest Signetti fan. He's a psycho. But most of the players that made significant, contributions were his own guys from James Madison.
That was year one.
Yeah.
This is now.
Oh,
look, he's an
Mendoza's-
elite evaluator. The
Yes.
point I'm making is they have the money. They had the cheat code. They pulled it off. But it doesn't give me any hope because unless you're willing to spend about $40 million a year, your only hope is try to repeat the one time it's ever happened. I mean, Oregon has danced around it for 15 years.
Correct.
Indiana's done more in 2 years than they have. I can't repeat that. Look, I understand this is the reality of college football. I'm not asking you guys to love it or hate it. I'm giving you my takeaway. I told you from the beginning, Mikey, I don't want to watch pseudo NFL football. And that's what last night felt like.
I didn't feel that, but I understand all the peripheral stuff. I tend to agree with you on that they need some sort of freaking control, whether it's a salary cap, whether it's an age cap.
Are we talking baseball or college football?
Well, the same thing. Or, how many years are you actually allowed to play? In a weird way, I'm kind of glad that the NCAA went against Trinidad Chambliss, because it's,
But guess what? They'll lose.
Of course,
they're going to get sued.
Of course they'll lose.
They'll lose.
Yes.
It's all the same. You're going to have, Diego Pavia is probably back next year, and we don't even know it.
Yes.
Year 12. But what was your takeaway? Is Indiana good for the sport? Is that the product you want to watch? Do you have any of the takeaways we have? Or maybe you're like Mike. It was football. It's a Monday night. It was something to watch. And you're able to separate from the reality and just be entertained. 248-539-9797. David, Kenny, I'm going to come to you guys in a minute. We'll get the phone calls, ticket text, 3 o'clock, Lions, OC hire. And as I did yesterday, all I can do is provide you, in this instance, a level of nuance and just some facts. You can do whatever you like. But I'd be real careful firebombing this hire when the same group of hyenas was busy sponge bathing John Morton with their mouth last year, okay? We're on a fall off for Ben Johnson, gobbledygook. And I'm like, I don't know, man.
And did those people even know that Ben Johnson was the Lions tight end coach before he was even given the offensive coordinator job?
That's Mike Stone. 248-539-9797. Also, shout out Jeremy Otto. 97. Okay, as we always do, David, that initial round of ticket texts, is there any level of consensus? Also want to hear from you and Kenny before we get to the phones. Your takeaways from last night. I gave you a couple. I mean, I'm just tired of old man college football. This dude's been at 3 schools. This dude's been at 4 schools. This guy's 23 with a mortgage and 3 kids. Like,
but if you didn't know
not
that,
interested.
But if you didn't know that, you would have enjoyed the game.
Yeah, but this isn't Men in Black, and we don't have memory sticks. I do know it. I can't escape it, brother. Also, I can't help it. It's just funny. All right, David, go ahead.
Indiana winning a national
for
title.
no reason. That's just default audio.
Indiana winning a national title cemented college football fully turning into NFL light. For the next 5 years, you'll see players that will be entering their 9th season of college football.
Again, Carson Beck hadn't been to a class in 2 years. Hey, dude, here's an idea. Get a job.
I thought I was watching semi-pro, but hey, hit plus 7.5. So all the boats and holes, all you want.
Priorities are in order.
David in Denver says, I didn't watch the Pistons-Celtics game. Was insane physical play. That's what I cared about because those are actual grown men, not pretend grown men.
Okay. Yeah, and again, guys, respectfully, like, it's a nice win for the Pistons, albeit, like, it's January. College football national titles taking precedent over a regular season NBA game.
I watched both. I had the Pistons on the phone, and
you had the Pistons on the phone.
Yeah, same here, Stoney.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I enjoyed watching the game last night for simply the fact of seeing the Big Ten three-peat in national titles. Someone else says I enjoyed
how do you three-peat when there's only 2 of them?
Three-peat. I enjoyed the game last night. It was entertaining to watch. Great to see new teams. Tired of seeing the same teams in the championship every year.
Okay. That's fine. Any other thoughts by you?
I'll tell you this because I'm like Stoney. I'm more like Stoney where I complain.
That's certainly not like me.
When the game isn't getting played, I'll complain about what I see. Like I see the news, this player's re-signed to return to Tennessee and all this other stuff. And I'm like, this is not the NFL. And then the game kicks off and I don't even care about it.
Exactly.
I'm just watching the game at that point. Grown or not, 23, 25-year-old, didn't matter to me. I watched the game.
Okay.
Did you enjoy it, though, as much as you would have before, David?
Watching Indiana, no.
It wouldn't have entered my mind, though. Let's say it was not Indiana. Let's say it was, I don't know, Oklahoma versus, Texas or whatever. I don't know. I would just watch the game. It's the national championship game.
See, I would be more okay with that. It just, I couldn't get out of my head NCAA football 26. I'm seeing Indiana in a national title game. I just couldn't get past that. I'm sorry.
All right, we'll go to the people. See what everybody's got to say. Joe's going to bat lead off today, 97.1. Joe, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing good. Mike, get used to it. I mean, Indiana was a nice human interest story all year. Everything from the go Google me, nobody knew coach, to the entertaining, exciting football they played all season. It was all about that. And I bet if you looked at their NIL money spent, they're not in the top 5 even in their league, let alone top 15 in the country.
They've got Mark Cuban's money, Joe.
They will be now, though. That's the difference.
And they already had a bunch of money. I mean, Joe, we don't need to make things up. I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but Mark Cuban didn't write some $250,000 check. Everybody knows they were able to get the number 1 QB in the portal in Fernando Mendoza. That's a multi-million dollar deal on its own. Like they got Patrick Kugler, who started at Notre Dame in a playoff team. What do you think he made? Like, I'm just saying, like, don't.
Oh, Coog in the center, right? Michigan wanted him, but they couldn't outspend them.
Right. Don't make things up. Like, the NIL's the NIL. The rest of your point I agree with. They're the perfect football team. They don't make mistakes. Their assignment's sound, and they play hard for each other. None of that is wrong.
No, I agree with you on all of that. But the fact that they were the lovable losers for over 100 years, it made for a nice story. I like the Ferris State quarterback story, too. I'm always pulling for a good story to root for, and good for Signetti. I mean, the Grinch-looking guy is a quirk in his own right.
I love the guy. Like, he's a sicko, but I love him.
I have more of a problem with Indiana for next year's non-conference schedule of North Texas, Howard, and Western Kentucky. And the following year, Kennesaw State, Indiana State, and UMass.
Because
that bothers me more.
No, hold on. I got to step in. Now, see, I disagree with that.
Okay.
Because that's the system all of you hyenas wanted. Because guess what? There's no benefit to playing anyone.
Well,
ask Texas. What value was that Ohio State game? They could have played Bobby's Barbecue Shop,
I understand
and Texas
that.
would have made the playoff.
Well, look.
What benefit did Notre Dame get playing Texas A&M
I know,
or going to Miami?
Michigan losing to Oklahoma, I get it. But it's from the fan, like I said, I'm convinced it's entertainment. And I want to be entertained. If I'm spending money on a ticket package, I want to at least get to see one non-conference team, good non-conference team at home.
It just doesn't
every year.
none of it feels authentic anymore. The buying and selling of players is a professional thing that even pro teams can't do. You can't overturn a roster in just 1 year. Like New England spent a ton of money, but New England still had their fundamental pieces there.
Right.
College football, next year, you're not going to know a single player on either of those teams. Maybe Malachi Tony if he comes back to school. But you get my point.
Yeah.
Let's go to Albert, 97.1. Albert, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
So I think it's just I really like the Indiana story, and I love Cignetti. I think he's hilarious, and I think he's also a psychopath. But I think it's hard to watch that game and appreciate the story that it is, knowing that they bought their whole team and knowing that there's no real commitment to Indiana University. And I know that's a problem with NIL, and that's just reality. But like you said, like I can't get past that, and I know that's the reality of college football, and it's only going to get worse moving forward. But I don't know. I just couldn't. I couldn't get past it.
Well, I can't either. But that and guess what? I'm not mad at Stoney or David because they can. But I think there's plenty of people out there who watched it last night, Albert, and also walked away with our opinion. This is inauthentic. These are just two teams wearing laundry. Right. There's nothing to it. There's nothing substantive.
And I think, like, as a Michigan fan, like growing, like I'm only 22, so growing up, like I think in the pre-NIL era, as a Michigan fan, I feel like the guys that went to Michigan truly loved that school. And I think now it's only, even with Michigan, with Whittingham and signing all these transfer portal guys, I don't think that they have any loyalty towards Michigan. I think they have loyalty towards their coach and the money. And it's I think that's what's making college football and college basketball so unwatchable, to the point where a great story like Indiana is to me doesn't give me the full satisfaction that I thought it would. No. You know what I mean?
Then why did you watch? You knew all this stuff before the game kicked off.
Well, it's the national championship. I'm still going to watch it at the end of the day, and it was a fantastic football game. I'm not going to take that away from it, but I'm saying in terms of the storyline, it still didn't give me the full.
But I'll tell you a takeaway I have, and you're a Michigan fan, Albert, so I want your opinion. But last night showed you how stupid it is to pay a high school 5-star. Like, I've heard what you paid Babin-Lola, okay? It's idiocy. Yeah. Or Bryce. Like, that's a complete waste of resources versus go pay a 23-year-old.
No, I agree.
Go win.
I agree. I think, obviously Babalola didn't get to play this year. He was hurt, but I think...
You get my point is that if he played, I don't care what any bought and paid for Wolverine media say. A kid fresh out of high school left tackle, I've seen it once in my life. It's called Orlando Pace.
Of course. And I think it's definitely... I think moving forward, a lot of teams are going to go towards Indiana's strategy and just pay guys that have been proven to be good in college football.
You buy the production. That's what Cignetti's doing. Yes. So, Albert, understand it. Bryce may end up being incredible. He didn't do Bupkis this year.
Right.
All the high school recruiting. What's the point? You're basically going to whore my school out anyways and probably leave by the time you're ready to play. Why am I wasting that money? Go get a 23-year-old who's got 3 kids and a mortgage and an afternoon discount on movies.
And the whole star thing is proven to be a fallacy when you have Indiana's really good receiver. He was like a 2-star, the kid?
But again, here's the problem. Surratt was a kid 5 years ago who was a 0-star. Right. Look, K9 was a 2-star nobody at Wake Forest.
Right.
Once you play in college several years,
you get reevaluated.
Your stars don't mean a damn thing.
Right.
Like that's I'm with you completely on this. I don't care. But I always laugh when kids hit the portal and you read some of the updates for the day, and it's like, He was a 5-star in 2022.
Yes.
You're not a 5-star no more.
Correct.
You're just a guy. You're a guy who needs a job. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls next. 97.1. Kenny, real quick, I want to get your take on your takeaway from last night. You don't have to feel, again, this is not one of these things where Stoney and I are asking anybody to feel any kind of way. I just can't get by this. That was semi-pro ball, 22 and 23-year-olds. They got one QB who hasn't been to class in 2 years. I got another team full of guys who've been playing since Vietnam. It's not for me. And I can be happy for people who actually love IU and the cuteness of it, but it doesn't feel authentic in that it's not. It's boats and hoes. It's an anomaly. Kenny, please, your takeaway as an SEC honk.
My takeaway as an SEC honk is, are you enjoying your monster, Dr. Frankenstein? This is exactly what was going to happen. You brought this upon yourself. It's, to me, a wholly, I wouldn't say unwatchable. That's a bit strong, but it's not as good of a product as I was hoping for. And this is no disrespect to Indiana. As you said, I think that's a great story. It's awesome what they've been able to accomplish, but it's not for me. I watched it. It at a point turned into background noise because I just was not enjoying the product.
Wow.
Oh, because Georgia wasn't playing?
Wow.
It's not because, no, don't do that, Stoney. It's not because Georgia wasn't playing. Exactly. That's exactly what it was. That's what it felt like.
Because Indiana's taking it to a whole extreme. All the other schools are taking it to a whole extreme that the SEC was doing for decades.
You know what this felt like? It felt like the March Madness where it was like Florida Southern whatever.
Florida Atlantic, San Diego State
exactly.
that year. Yeah, the Dusty May year.
Let's go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike, good to talk to you, man.
Yes, sir. What's on your mind, pal?
Yeah, so I'm biased because I'm a Miami grad, but I'm watching the game last night, and when you asked me what's my biggest takeaway, I wanted to take a page out of Howie Roseman's textbook, where you remember when he drafted all those Georgia players a couple years ago?
Yeah.
I want to do exactly that with Miami. So, like, at 17, go get Maui Noah with a big right tackle. You know, maybe if Bain falls, you can trade up for him. You know, in the second round, if you can get Mesidor, that freaky, bendy, athletic pass rusher, go get him. He'll probably fall because he's older. I don't know if Fletcher's going in the draft, the running back. Like, he'd be a great replacement for Monty. I want to pick apart that team.
I don't have any issue with it.
No.
Moten the D tackle.
Yeah.
You're not getting Bain. He's going to be the number 2 or 3 pick overall. But I hear you loud and clear. And look, there are good pros out there. I know Pons is tiny, but he's a really good corner if you're going to play a lot of zone. There are really good players out there. I'm not demeaning anybody.
Indiana,
but like case in point, Mesidor, he's 25 years old. 25 years old. I've already been on the air 2 years in Detroit. 25.
The Indiana tackle, Smith is his name, who was really great.
What is
till
it,
he had
Carter Smith or whatever it is?
That stupid ass flinch that almost cost him the football game, really, if you think about it.
But no, Mark, listen, there are some really good players out there, and that it's not a talent deficiency thing.
No.
But it's when you're talking about it. I got one guy who's 25. I got a quarterback who hasn't gone to school in 2 years. And what are we doing? At a certain point, you're either good enough to cut the mustard professionally or get a job like the rest of us. This is turning into a street hustle. It's a grift. It's not college football. And on the other end of it, you got a kid who's a junior in high school playing last night in Malachi Tonic.
Right. He reclassified to come into college earlier.
It's just
so he can get his bag,
the whole thing's a farce. Now you're going to have NIL in high school. Now you got Georgia paying kids $20,000 a month to stay committed. I'm with Kenny in this regard, which scares me. It does. But maybe Kenny took smart pills while I was away. No, Kenny, it's a great point you've made. Are you enjoying your monster? Because here it is. You can have it. Let's go over to Mark, 97.1. Mark, how you doing, pal?
Well, it's a good thing I stopped talking. You said Mark last time, and I've been talking for 5 minutes.
Oh, no. Listen, he's giving a personal monologue here.
Exactly.
Perfect.
But, hey, guys, Mike, and I know you're both Mike, so Valente, you nailed it, all right? And what I mean by that is this. It got to the point last night where, and I'm a little caller on caller crime, like the first guy that led off on this topic, talking about what great stories there were. To me, and Mike, I don't know if you agree with this or not, but it felt forced to me. Like these stories had to be almost created. Like, would somebody please tell the director of that production last night to stop showing me Mendoza's parents? I mean, it got insufferable.
Yeah. They were hugging after plays that he wasn't even involved in. And by the way, speaking of the broadcast, I'm just upset that I had no idea who the porn star was that they kept showing. or showed once.
The articles are everywhere.
I know.
And it's what was ESPN supposed to do?
Yeah, I know.
I mean, did the cameraman know? Did he not know? Who gives a damn?
I know.
They're looking for chicks in the crowd.
Right.
I guess the only good news, Mike, is that Chris Fowler didn't ask.
Should they go
Street
for
this
the
time.
win,
But,
Kirk?
hey, they got. Yeah, they're down 6 if they score. Do you think they'll try to kick the extra point to win the game?
He's referring to the
anyway.
Ole Miss Miami game where he asked with a straight face. They're in the red zone about 40 seconds ago with 2 timeouts. Now, are they going to go for the win or kick to the tie? Chris, go do tennis. Get out of here.
But look, the Fletcher story, it seems like a good story. I mean, I feel terrible for the kid. He's texting his dad before every game, even though he's passed away. And, the Becker kid that, after Signetti blew out every wide receiver, he says, all right, you're the one guy who can come back if you want to. But it just seemed like they were almost trying too hard to find human interest stories to bring us back in to what should be a natural human interest story, a program that's been dead for 20 years, finally coming back to the big stage versus a program that's never been good. The losingest program of all time, playing each other for a national title. It just looked like it was orchestrated, like somebody was in a tower writing this script. And
it's all synthetic. Mark, it's all synthetic, buddy. I can tell you right now, I bet you half the damn players in Indiana don't know the fight song, don't know who their rival is. Have no clue about the program's history.
I think they beat their rival 60-something to 3 over the last 2 years or something.
Poor Purdue. 248-539-9797. We'll go to Mike 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Love the passion, especially when it's something you don't want to talk about. He was getting debunked by Sharon Moore. But I watched basketball all night last night, going into it, expecting to be not entertained by anything particularly, but if it was captured, it'd stay. And I got to tell you, man, watching the Knicks lose and Spike Lee getting upset by a 19-year-old Cooper Flag, watching iron sharpen iron, not only did I make money on that game, but it was enjoyable to watch. It was close at some points, not by much, but maybe they had a spot. Maybe they could make it. But when there's a 10-year deficiency in between one all-star player who's literally coming up with new ways for the franchise to sing the national anthem where they're screaming flag because of this rookie they have. It's exciting. I want to watch iron sharpen iron. I don't want to watch 2 wet sponges try to soak up more money, cleaner water. And it's
the problem with Mike, look, the college game. I mean, I give you a case in point. I mean, there was a guy I don't know if Michigan's got a version of this. I'm sure they've been victimized by it too. Like Michigan State had a kid agree to go to school there. Week later, tries to renegotiate, gets his money, tries to come back a week later by saying he's still available on signing day. What are we doing? Like, I can't, again, if you take it serious, it doesn't mean you're a bad person. It just means I don't understand you.
Yeah.
I don't know how anyone takes any of it serious.
Once the game starts, I enjoy the game. But the other stuff, the BS, it's crazy. It's nuts. And it's not just football, it's basketball. Look, Michigan has one of the best teams in the country. They bought most of their players. I mean,
well, look, I think what they did with Landeborg was brilliant. Look, Landeborg's not 30.
Right.
Like they said, look, we'll pay you more to stay here than to go to the NBA.
Right.
My problem is not with Michigan, just like my problem is not with the Dodgers.
Right.
My problem is with the system. I think what Michigan did is brilliant. Let me say that for the people in the back. The IQ might be a little bit below 90. I'm helping you. It's brilliant, but the system makes it laughable. It's all laughable. We have a guy who was drafted in the NBA in 2021 playing for Baylor.
I know. That's crazy.
What are we doing?
It's nuts.
248-539-9797. Hunter Dickinson, year 11.
That's crazy. By the way, speaking of Michigan basketball, this is like a nitpicky thing for me.
What?
I think aren't they retiring Trey Burke's number today? Shouldn't you have to play more than 2 years to get your jersey retired?
I don't know, man. He had the shot versus Kansas.
I know. He was player of the year.
It's a different time. They don't even play that long anymore.
Well, that's why I say at least 3.
I mean, look, if you're going to put up a banner for cheating scumbags, the least you can do, Trey did it the right way for 2 years, we'll go that way.
Well, they haven't put up a banner yet.
Timeout. I don't know. Mike, it's your...
they haven't put up a banner for him yet.
It's your school. Do whatever you like. I don't care what you do.
Not for basketball.
I forgot. You're one of those.
I know.
All right, look, lawyers, they brag about verdicts like it's a trophy they put on their wall. David Feminino is a little different. Yeah, he wins big cases, but it's not about bragging rights. It's about what the money does for you, the human element, and there's a relationship there. You call, he answers. He's not outsourcing the work here. So if you're in a car accident, call 855-65-CRASH, or you can go online anytime to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, let's touch table on some football. David, music, please.
So shockingly, and I say shockingly because, there was a controversy in the game. Sean McDermott got fired yesterday. Couple layers here that I want to discuss with you guys. First, how does Brandon Beane get a promotion when the roster looked horrible this year? They had nothing around Josh Allen. He gets a promotion to the president of football operations. And how does Josh Allen, he seems to escape blame here. 2 interceptions, 3 fumbles, 2 lost. What happens next in Buffalo?
Well, first of all, I don't think Josh Allen, escaped blame. I mean, he was horrible. He turned the ball over, and he's got no excuse where, this time Mahomes beat him, or this time this guy beat him. No, he was bad. He couldn't hold on to the football. The fumble at the end of the first half was a disgrace. And it wasn't just the interceptions, Mike, and hopefully you'll agree. It's that he was missing guys who were wide open. Yeah. It was just an awful performance, and I still think he's a great quarterback. It's just a shame it happened. He's not getting – look, as I said yesterday morning, he's the white Lamar.
Yeah, and I'm tired of it. I'm not gonna allow it. Like, we're gonna cape up. We feel so bad. How about don't turn it over? 3 of his last 4 playoff losses, he said the ball in his hand with a chance to win, and he hasn't done it. As far as Beane, look, the reports have come out today that apparently McDermott all but severed his relationship with Brandon Beane and Terry Pegula, the owner of the Bills, in a blow-up that cited roster misconstruction. This was 5 weeks ago. Now, Beane moving to president. Look, I don't know how much of a big thing that is, except the new coach is probably going to want his own GM. Beane is playing the political game with the team owner, so he seeks cover. He could take a bump upstairs, and then it clears the runway where a coach gets to pick his guy, to me. Shout out Stoney. I didn't have it on the bingo board. White Lamar.
Was not expecting that at all. What I also wasn't expecting this past weekend was 4 interceptions from C.J. Stroud. What has happened to him, and will the rookie version of himself ever return?
That was one of the good things Troy Aikman kept saying. He's still chasing his rookie year.
Yeah.
And it's a shame.
I think he's chasing that offensive line.
Yeah, well, that's another. I was going to bring that up. Players. I mean, they traded, they got rid of Tunsil, and they did some things. Look, I mean, they held their defense is so elite.
Let's be honest about this, though, too. Okay, first of all, New England already makes you one-dimensional, right? You're on the road. You're in the snow. No Nico Collins.
Right.
No Dalton Schultz. And they lost their right tackle. Now, it doesn't absolve him. I'm just making a point. There was no scenario under those conditions he was going to have a great game.
No.
Here's what they're going to do. They're going to pick up his 5th-year option for $26 million. They are hopefully not going to have everyone die for their biggest game of the year. And they will upgrade that O-line. C.J. Stroud's entire career is on next year. But let's be clear. Tank Dell dying, or Nico getting hurt, or Christian Kirk leaving, or whomever. Like, you end up in a spot, David, you're out of bodies. Hey, how would Jared Goff look? No Sewell, no Amon-Ra,
right?
And no Laporta. You're not going to look great. No. And then I'm going to throw him in the snow. But no, he's not getting an extension. There are 2 quarterbacks that are in complete prove-it next year's. It's C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young. We'll pick up your 5th-year option, show or go. Bleep or get off the pot.
Let's move over to another guy. And yes, he also had offensive line issues right now. Is that the New England Patriots, Drake May. And I'm bringing him up because everyone loved on him this season. He had a wonderful regular season, but over the course of 2 playoff games, 6 fumbles, 3 lost, and 2 interceptions. Part of those, are part of the left side of his offensive line being bad. But can he turn it around and play the way he needs to play to send his team to the Super Bowl?
Look, Denver, considering their quarterback situation, he's going to be in the game, Drake May, and he'll just have to not turn the ball over as much and make more of those amazing passes like he did on the touchdown.
It's going to be all about the run game.
Yeah.
I think their best interest, especially going against that front 7, this is game management. This is heavy run, punts or wins. We're going to make Stidham beat us with his arm. And occasionally, I think Stoney's nailed it. There'll be a play action opportunity to take a deep shot. I don't think anyone in the league right now throws a better deep ball than Drake May. And maybe Booty is out there to catch one. So, no, I'm with you. But, David, there's no scenario he could be Superman and go win that game.
No.
That offensive line will not allow that.
So I'm probably wrong here in what happened to me during this game. It was the Bears game. And Caleb Williams went out there and made an unbelievable play to tie that game and send that game to overtime. I was rooting for the Bears in that game until that play. That play turned it for me because I was not – I didn't want to take a whole week and see that entire play played over and over again. So I started rooting for them to lose. But my question to you is –
You need help.
Why didn't – I know. I'm crazy. Why didn't Ben Johnson go for 2?
I think he should have gone for 2. His explanation somewhat made sense because his 4th down short yardage
he
during
says,
the
quote,
games
our
were
inside the 5
Well, he
plan
said
hadn't worked
specifically
out.
our goal-to-go situations, and he was right. They were dreadful.
Yes. And the other thing that
I
he
thought it
didn't-
showed maturity not to go for 2 there.
And the other thing he didn't mention was that Loveland was on Looney Street.
Yeah.
He was out of the game.
He
so
pulled
that-
himself out. That was
yeah.
a pretty brutal fall.
Yeah.
The hit on DeAndre Swift, by the way.
Oh, my Lord.
My ultimate response that moment, I couldn't believe that hit.
Yes.
But I was fine. He didn't go for 2. Your defense is playing great. I thought Dennis Allen called a great game, hyper aggressive, very similar to Aaron Glenn against the Bucks in the playoffs a couple years ago. Slot pressures, safeties, corners.
How good was Brisker? Oh, my God.
Look,
He was
they are. People here don't want to hear it.
I know.
They're going to be a distinct problem.
Damn right they are.
You can laugh at him. Jim Costa, I'm pretty sure he borders on, a rival calling them frauds. Well, that's fine. You're going to have a real problem on your hands next year.
Yep.
Okay, so we'll close it out with this here because there have been 4 hires so far in the coach hiring cycle. There's only one that I'm questioning.
Okay.
Robert Saleh. Why do you think he decided to go to Tennessee, which is another horrible franchise?
Well, for one, they offered him the job.
Yes.
Can we start with
Yeah,
they
but
offered him employment?
You went with the Jets, though, and now you want to do this again?
Well, yeah, it's a strange.
Yeah, but when Mike McDaniel is going to be his OC, and you get Cam Ward, and look, defense. What he did with San Francisco with those injuries was remarkable.
And he did say he's going to call the defense this time around, which is something he did not. Well, that's been reported.
And I think Tennessee helps as it's not a major market. New York was a blast furnace. It's different.
I know.
Aaron
Glenn's finding that out.
If Saleh's a stock, I'm buying. I think he'll do a nice job there. He's just going to need time because that organization is a bit of a bleep show.
Yes.
Yes, it is, and you hit the nail on the head there. Mike McDaniel, yeah, he'll be the OC. That is in football today.
Brought to you by Blue Chew. The talk about Tarek Skubal's arbitration continues. His agent Scott Boras spoke with Evan Petzold of the Free Press and denies the report that his camp refused to negotiate with the Tigers after their initial offer was rejected. Quote, there are no deadlines for negotiating other than when we go to the hearing and turn the case over to the arbiters. There's no baseball rule that says you can't negotiate. It's the Tigers' philosophy where they stop negotiation, but that's their choice, not ours, end quote. Phillies GM Dave Dombrowski confirmed they were close to getting a deal done with Bo Bichette and called it a gut punch. College basketball bracketologist Joe Lunardi posted his latest projections. He has U of M as a number 1 seed, MSU as a number 3. Both teams back in action tonight. Michigan faces Indiana at home with a 7 o'clock start. MSU plays at Oregon at 9. Illinois basketball in the mix is one of the top teams in the Big Ten this year. Today they announced that guard Kylan Boswell will miss at least a month. He's their second leading scorer. It's racing day down at the Auto Show, and the Detroit Grand Prix has officially launched ticket sales for this year's event. The Red Wings start a 3-game road trip tomorrow in Toronto. Mo Sider and Ben Sherratt left practice early for maintenance. They'll start John Gibson in goal tomorrow. NBA also released the finals schedule. Game 1 will tip Wednesday, June 3rd. Warriors star Jimmy Butler has suffered a torn ACL, according to ESPN, and will end his season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk from the Auto Show, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hour 2, nice to have you. That's Mike Stone. We will continue to take your calls about your takeaways from last night, the state of college football, the national title game. But yesterday I was on the air. Stoney, you were more. Were you more?
I was working with Casa. By the way, before we start, I mentioned this on Friday as the reason that you weren't here on Friday. That you and your father were somewhere celebrating. But I do want to, in person, congratulate you. And if he's listening, Big G, congratulations on the Giants getting your guy.
It's interesting. So David didn't read my family's official press release.
No.
We had an official family statement. I said the Valenti family loves the John Harbaugh hire more than Sharon Moore loves Strange. We're all in.
You know what I would pay?
All in.
David, Kenny, would you pay to be a fly-on-the-wall at the dinner, if we could somehow arrange a dinner between the entire Valenti family and the entire Harbaugh family?
I wanted Jim as head coach of the Giants.
I know.
Like, my hatred of Jim and his cheating has nothing to do with the NFL.
Oh, I understand that.
And John Harbaugh is by far and away the best coach available. I'm thrilled.
Yeah, he should be.
I'm thrilled.
Yeah.
I'm going to cook Jack and Jackie dinner.
But
no, look.
As a Eagle fan as well, F. John Harbaugh.
Oh, and by the way, Lions fans, it's going to be great having Tyler Linderbaum in a Giants uniform. Sorry. So look, let's get to the main dish.
Mm-hmm.
I was really shocked yesterday when the Lions made the announcement they were hiring Drew Petzing, the OC from the Arizona Cardinals,
Mm-hmm.
and it was met with people were just crushing it on Ticket Text.
Oh, I know.
Now the callers, I only had 1 or 2 of those. Most people, because I tried to provide some detail and go, okay, well, guys, listen. If you were only going to be happy with Mike McDaniel, that's a different conversation.
Right, because we triggered that.
Yeah,
on
and
this
look,
show. I get that.
If you want to say that it's your belief Dan Campbell has too much control or he needs to let go and turn the offense over to somebody, you have a right to that opinion, but I'm not passionate about that. Here's what we do know about Petzing. They didn't have a good year in Arizona this year. Kyler Murray died. Marvin Harrison Jr. had footballs bouncing off his skull.
Conner got hurt. And
James Conner dead for 14 games.
And
The
his
backup
backup.
Trey Benson dead for multiple games. DeMercado dead. Zonovan Knight dead. They basically had Stoney's friend Lenny, who he killed on the golf course, as their running back.
Yes.
So I choose to look at 23 and 24. He had a top 10 run game both years. Now, do I know that this is going to work? No. And I'm not going to lie to you and say I wasn't surprised. But then when you look and you know that he had coached with Ben Johnson, he was in Ben Johnson's wedding as a groomsman. He has Ben Johnson ideas, meaning, what do you mean? Well, heavy run game, heavy play action, loves multiple tight end usage. So I dug up some numbers. They ranked 26th in the NFL in 11 personnel, meaning one tight end, one back.
Mm-hmm.
So 26th in the league. Boy, does that make the Tesla pick look pretty stupid now. But if you value this, 7th in 12 personnel, using 2 tights, and first in the NFL with this new wave, Sean McVay, Rams, 3 tight end, 13 personnel. So a couple of things is if he's going to come here and that's what he's going to bring to the table,
Right.
well, A, you're going to need some tight ends. And B, the Tesla thing looks stupid. But all I can say is Kyler Murray is a quarterback this town makes fun of.
As they should.
Okay. Then why use the numbers he put up to denigrate Patsy?
Okay, I have some data as well.
Please present it.
Okay, thanks to the Athletic and Colton Pouncey. Okay, over his 3 years. Now, granted, last year was like we talked about. But I'm going to give all 3 years. Yards per game, they averaged rushing 125.5. That's 9th overall. Yards per rush, 4.9. That's 2nd overall in the league. Explosive rush rate, 10.2%, 2nd overall in the league. Offensive rushing success, 40.9%, 7th overall. Passing game tendencies, just under center rate, he was 28.5%, which is 21st. Shotgun, 71.5%, which is 12th. Play action, 16.8, which is 7th. Okay, personnel and conversion rates, like you talked about. Okay, this is in conversion rates as well. 11 personnel, or excuse me, you gave a 11 personnel, 12 personnel, 13. Yeah. I'm going to give you the conversion rates. 3rd down, 41%. That's 12th in the league. 4th down, not good. Last in the league over 3 years. Mm-hmm. Red zone efficiency was 11th. Goal to go efficiency over the 3 years, 80%. That's 3rd in the league. So there's a lot of data that suggests this is a good hire. A few of the things aren't good. Look, the biggest problem I have with this is with Jeff Darlington's report that McDaniel liked the Lions liked him, but the Lions decided there wasn't a good fit there. Now, if you're going to tell me the fit is because Dan Campbell or the Lions front office was worried that they might lose another coordinator after 1 year to be a head coach, then I'm sorry. That's BS. You try to win now. Don't worry about next year. If he was the best guy that you could get and he agreed to come here and you said, no, but we might lose you like we did Ben, then that's BS, if you ask me.
I'll offer you some conjecture. I don't think that's what it's about.
Okay.
I think what it's about is
suggesting.
It's why I brought up earlier is I think Dan wants control of the offense. He wants what he wants, and Mike McDaniel reinvents things a lot. Mm-hmm. And Mike McDaniel's a bit of a mad scientist. And I think when he shows up with a Yale degree and is telling you all the different ways he's probably going to change the things you've been doing, mm-hmm. I don't think Dan Campbell's willing to go there. Conjecture.
That's possible.
But he wants what he wants. I think what this hiring is an admission they miscalculated how much they'd miss Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
So they went and got a Ben Johnson type guy, a guy that, yes, knows Ben Johnson and shares some of Ben Johnson's beliefs. I like that he's coached with Stefanski. I like that he coached with Kevin O'Connell.
Norv Turner as well. I mean, he's got people seem to like him.
I just want to make a point. The same people that are ripping this apart were the same people that were juggling John Morton's meatballs last year. Hey, guys, I got bad news for you. You didn't know this guy existed 10 minutes ago.
Right.
So you might want to pause the Stephen A. Smith hot takes. I don't know if it's going to work, but I'm not going to impugn this guy as if he's Dexter Manley and he's illiterate.
No.
I just, here's the data. Here's the whys they probably hired him. So let me just say this. Here's the part that people aren't comfortable with, but I think they better be. And I think you might support me on this, maybe. Dan Campbell's ass is in the jackpot now.
Oh, yeah.
You fired Anthony Lynn. You fired John Morton. You don't get to fire 3 offensive coordinators.
No.
If this doesn't work, Dan Campbell's job should come into question.
Absolutely.
Because you can't be a CEO coach who's incapable of hiring good employees.
And if you want this offensive coordinator to work, you better fix your freaking offensive line.
It's going to be point 1, 2, and 3 of the offseason. It has to be.
Yeah.
There's no other way around it. But what is your take? Look, I think Stoney's got merit as far as the McDaniel thing goes. It's clearly something on the Lions' end by saying he's not a good fit. Yeah, maybe it's a guy who's been a head coach and a guy who is kind of the offense is mine, go to your room. That's not going to work here. I think Dan Campbell wants to have control. And at 2 points in his career, he's taken control, including this year.
Mhm.
You're not going to get away with that with a guy who's a head coach.
Once it worked, once it didn't.
Yeah, so if you want to be salty about that, I'm not mad at you at all.
No.
But acting as if this is the worst thing ever, like, oh, well, Cardinal fans don't like him. Well, what team that wins 3 games likes their OC?
I talked to some other people in Arizona, hit the siren, and they think he's good, not necessarily great, but they think it'll be a good fit what he has
Did
here.
he upgrade his quarterback? Did he upgrade the running backs?
He made Trey McBride, right?
Well, my point is, coming here, he gets an upgrade across the board.
Yes.
They play in a fast track indoors. They'll have 10, 11, 12 indoor games.
Mhm.
Stoney, look, I'm willing to give it a chance.
Yes, believe me, I'm not
because I
saying-
can't act like I said it yesterday to people. I didn't get a single person call in with it. I go, okay, then who was your idea?
Yeah.
Like,
besides McDaniel.
Like, what are you going to scream about? Like, are you really that angry about Zach Robinson, or is it that you read Zach Robinson's name in an article and now you have confirmation bias?
Or Nagy or Kafka, right? Is that who you wanted?
Yeah, by the way, who I hate.
Right.
But I think Mike Kafka's a boob. You want him? Take him. I don't care. What team who barely wins games loves their OC?
None.
That's the folly of it. So
Right.
people will, and I understand this, you will look at Mike Kafka or look at Petzing or look at any of these guys who were on terrible teams and got clipped. It's hard to take the data seriously. I'm making a point that my inherent hatred of the New York Giants makes me hate this guy, and it's unfair to Mike Kafka. Just like I think if you're reading some Arizona reporter, it's called the Wojo. They wait until there's 17 bullets in the body, and then they fire bullet 18. I'm not interested.
The other thing that's kind of interesting, and I wonder how true it is how much of an influence Chris Spielman had in this. Because supposedly he came up with a list of candidates or helped with the list
Look,
of
the
candidates.
bottom line in all of it, this is it for Dan Campbell as far as being able to hire people. You can't strike out and fire 3 offensive coordinators in a 6-year span.
No.
You can't. It means you're not capable of being a CEO. So it has to work. Otherwise, hot seat time.
Right.
248-539-9797. What's your take on all of it? Drew Petzing, your OC. Hate it, love it, neutral, whatever you want. When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems and for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means when you're facing that audit, when you're facing these problems, you need Maurice and Jerry's experience, and they'll get on the offensive for you. It's abrahamandrose.com. Call 248-539-5040 so you never have to deal with the IRS again. Let's get straight to the people. College football, your takeaways last night, the state of the sport, the game, or are you tuning it out? Where Stoney just, hey, I watch it, I don't think about the other stuff. We've had a lot of people call in saying straight up, didn't watch it. Don't care. It's January 19th. Season too damn long. Don't care about these teams. And then Lions, Drew Petzing. I'm not sitting here championing it, but I'm just offering the why they probably hired him. I think the best point that could be made, and I think Stoney made it, if you're upset they didn't land Mike McDaniel, I think you direct that anger at Dan Campbell. Yeah. Dan Campbell's show. When they say he's not a good fit, and the reports are they liked him and he liked them.
Right.
Well, then what's the fit? The fit is code for something.
Yeah.
And the code is, this is my offense and you're going to run it my way.
I mean,
and while that's conjecture, I don't think that's wild or somehow an insane place to land.
Look, the rumor is, obviously, he wants to be a head coach again. The rumor is he's going to be OC at Tampa and be like
the head coach
and waiting.
Yeah, 100%. So, and I'm okay with it.
Yeah, that's not the Lions'
That's why
problem.
I never believed you were going to get him. Right. I could only ask, make the call, get him here to
and they did. And they did their due diligence. They interviewed a lot of guys.
That, like I'm supposed to be outraged because you didn't hire Zach Robinson? Like, what are we doing here, guys?
See, what we're doing here is exactly what I said to you, Stoney, and Rico at the end of last week.
Hold on.
Nope, I did not say that. Is that people were enamored by the name Mike McDaniel.
Yes, you did.
And it was that or bust. It's for people. They didn't know anything else. Right. All they wanted was that. And
David,
that's
it's the
why
same
they're
in the
ripping
draft.
this.
Same in the draft.
You know a player.
They scream about
Correct.
a guy they read in a mock draft who they might know. And then if their team doesn't pick that player, they're an idiot and they're disappointed.
Or if Kuiper says they made a mistake, then they lie. Then they made a mistake.
How long is old hairspray going to keep going?
Hey, it's a great gig for him.
And I'm not going to sit here and act like I knew everything about the guy.
No.
I didn't know everything about the guy, but I had heard his name because last year the Bears actually interviewed him for their head coaching position.
And he made the top 50 people in the NFL under the age of 40. Then they had a terrible year in Arizona. Injuries ripped apart the offense. Look, if it doesn't work, you just better be ready to blame your hero and his Applebee's menu.
More importantly, though, we know how you stand on ginger quarterbacks. How do you stand on bald OCs?
I'm okay with it.
Okay.
I'm okay with it. Aerodynamic. Listen, I got news for you. We're going to have a ginger in the Super Bowl. I'm ready for it.
I know.
Sam Darnold didn't do anything last week, and they played a corpse. He threw for 125 yards.
They're going to miss Charbonnet a little bit, I think.
A lot of it.
Yeah.
Look, I'm rooting for the Rams because I don't want to live in a world where Sam Darnold has a Super Bowl. He'll be the worst quarterback to ever win one.
No, he wouldn't.
Well, okay, you'd have to go back to what, Jim Plunkett?
Trent Dilfer.
Okay, second worst.
Brad Johnson?
No, I'd take Brad Johnson over him. Come on.
That's right. It's
Jeff
Jansen's teammate.
Jeff Hostetler. Mark Rippon?
No, what's his name was Brad Johnson was Jansen's teammate, but Rippon, he was an MVP that year, wasn't he?
I'm just throwing guys out there. Now, if you want to go back to like Otto Graham, that's your business.
Nick Foles.
It's pretty bad. All right, go to Kyle, 97.1. Kyle, how you doing?
Good, Mike, how are you?
Good, buddy. What's going on?
Hey, so last night, 10 years ago, me would have watched a national championship, but I've just completely tuned out. And my reason for tuning out, I root for a dead program. I got the Wisconsin experience going on right now.
I'm sorry, dude. You and I are both in a very lonely canoe in college football.
Absolutely. But my big thing is you talk about these guys, they're mercenaries. They have no loyalty to their school. And I think, too, Mike, you've talked about this the past 2 years, the NFL draft, how we have struggled to come up with, hey, these are 32, no doubt, first-round picks. I think now you're starting to see it affect the pro game with how some of these teams with injuries, I mean, they're pulling guys off the street and guys that we never heard of. I mean, it's just, I think it's just you're getting a cascading effect where football overall is declining because of this.
Yeah, I think you're not able to develop players. I mean, ask anyone who's played the game. You're not going to develop as efficiently in 3 different systems in 3 years at 3 different schools. And I think the biggest factor, too, you end up in a spot where quarterback play really declines. Because, again, you can't just do the Darian Mensah plan where you go from Tulane to Duke to now I'm on another stop. I don't buy it. I don't buy it, Kyle. I'm with you. And there's a stat out there, and I don't have it offhand, but I'll paraphrase it, okay? In the history of the NFL draft, quarterbacks who start less than 30 college football games have an exorbitantly high bust rate. So all these QBs moving around and trying to find their spot, that just only adds to it. So, no, Kyle, I'm with you. And you know what? Your program and my program have fallen victim to it. Wisconsin and Michigan State was all about player development. It was about culture. Wisconsin's culture was toughness, physicality.
Yes.
You know, you're going to redshirt. We're going to play our upperclassmen. We're going to build an O-line. We're going to pound the rock. Now, it's idiocy to bring Luke Fickell and Phil Longo and run the air raid. But the point is, there is no culture at Wisconsin. You're simply wearing laundry. It's the same as Michigan State. There's nothing.
Well, especially now. I mean, they lost so many people in the portal. New coach, they got it. Who knows? Some of the guys might be good. Well, who knows how long they'll stay?
That's the whole. I can't take any of it seriously. Or hey, maybe we'll just see you 3 years later, like Chuck Brantley at Michigan State. What?
That's right. He came back, didn't he?
He hit the school up for money 17 times, and he leaves for Miami, doesn't play, and then he's knocking on the window. Help me. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? He had the interception against Michigan in 2021.
Yeah.
It's 2026, Michael.
I know.
He's played for 3 coaches now at MSU.
My God. Go to Rob, 97.1. Rob, how are you?
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Good, buddy.
Awesome. So I kind of have a little bit of a different side or a different take to this. So the college game is definitely different now, but I think that has improved to a certain extent in that players are staying there longer. Therefore, even though they may not be staying on each individual team, I personally think they are developing, not all of them, but a certain amount of them, enough of them, are developing more in college than they would be in the NFL. Look at J.J. McCarthy, for example. He sat all last year, and even this year, he sucks, you know? So
he was hurt last year. It's a little bit different. He didn't practice at all.
Right.
He blew his knee out.
Yeah, but even if he would have played, he wasn't going to be there. He's not there now. And my point is, if you take Fernando Mendoza, I can almost guarantee you he's going to hit the ground running next year on whatever team he gets drafted to. As well as look at Bo Nix, for example. He was 25 or 26 when he was drafted in the NFL. Now, that he's staying in college longer, but I think over time the NFL product is going to improve because these players are more ready to go. You're not drafting a 20-year-old QB that needs to sit for 2 or 3 years. So that's kind of my take on it. I think it's going to get better over time, but it's what everyone else wanted. They wanted NFL light, and I guarantee the NFL has been pushing for this in the back channels for a long time. So I don't know. I personally loved seeing Fernando Mendoza go for that touchdown and just dive in there.
It was a great play.
Gladiator.
Somebody called it the greatest play in Indiana, in the state of Indiana sports history.
I'd say it's the greatest play in the Midwestern sports history. That was amazing.
It was pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I give you that.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about what Rob said. I mean, you could marry it saying, okay, if a QB's got 5 years of snaps,
yeah,
and you enter the league at 23, is it better than the guy who sat for 2? Played like look.
How many years did Drake May play?
Well, you have to be there for 3 years, but he played for 2.
Okay.
And look, like I'll give you an example. If Dante Moore had come out, he would have been a disaster.
Right.
He's not ready.
Terrible.
But he would have gone as the 2nd overall pick. So that, Rob, that's credit to you. That makes sense.
He's going to sit for 2 years. He'd sit.
He'd sit for 1. You can't take a guy number 2 overall and sit him for 2. You can't.
No.
But
I know that, but I think he would be. I just think he would be terrible even in the second year.
Well, guess what? Now he's going back, and he is doing the right thing to make.
He's doing the right thing.
And he's going to make 4, 5, 6, 10. I don't even know anymore.
A lot of Nikes.
Yeah, and it's right for him because he wants to be ready because you want to earn the 2nd contract.
Yes.
But on the flip side of it, I mean, you start to look at last year, there were almost 70 starting quarterbacks in the portal. I just challenge Rob on surface that you're truly getting better having to learn an entirely new system multiple times. Versus
it's very tough.
That's why it's hard to take seriously.
It's tough for NFL quarterbacks who they switch coordinators a lot.
Yeah, big time. Let's go to Terry, 97.1. Terry, how you doing?
All right. How you guys doing today?
Good, Terry.
Hey, you know what? Hey, I absolutely love the game yesterday. Let's take out all the other stuff about college football, NIL money, all that stuff. The Mendoza story, he was a walk-on, went to Miami school he enjoyed, growing up watching. They didn't pick him. The underdog, Signetti, what he did in 2 years at that school and took them to 16-0. I absolutely loved it for what college football, what I enjoyed watching college football about. But to get on the Dan Campbell thing, I think the culture with Dan Campbell is, and it's starting to look that way, is that he wants yes men, and I don't think McDaniel was going to be that guy for him. Well, because I think when you go in the interview with the Lions, you got to ask questions of yourself, just like they're interviewing you. Hey, what's going to happen when I don't score 28 points a game? Are you going to take the play calling away from me? Because he's got a history of doing that.
Yep.
So a guy like McDaniel, is going to call him on the carpet for that type of stuff.
Well, look, and we're all speculating, but when you read the report the way you do, you're going to read the tea leaves. And you're right, Terry. Like, Mike McDaniel's not going to sit here and have play calling stripped away and be a good little boy like John Morton. And also, Mike McDaniel has very well-defined ideas about offense and what he wants to do. And I don't think that's what Dan wants. I think they want what they want. They're going to do it their way. Well, good, because ultimately now it's your ass in the jackpot. This has to work. Show me. I'm not going crazy for it. I'm not yelling about it.
No,
I think it's unfair if people don't give Drew Petzing a chance. But, make no mistake, if this doesn't work.
It's on Dan Campbell.
Yeah, but at that point, there has to be accountability.
Yes.
If it doesn't work, it's suggestive they don't make the playoffs. If it doesn't work, you didn't win a playoff game. Mike, how many years are you going to go? This is the same offseason. Sean McDermott, all they do is make the playoffs. Got clipped. Right. Mike Tomlin, all they do is make the playoffs. Got clipped.
Right. You can't in today's NFL, even with the Lions, a loyal organization historically, you only make the playoffs 2 years out of your first six. That seat is damn hot.
Also like to tell you, Mendoza's little brother has hit the portal.
Oh, yeah. I know that.
Fun.
Yeah.
248-539-9797.
He's not as good of him as him, or else he would have been in Indiana.
97.1.
The telephone number is 248-539-9797. Stoney here, Rico off. He will be back tomorrow. Before we go back to the phones, we were talking about the Lions hiring of Drew Petzik. And also, the game last night, Mike hated it. He hates more about what college football has become, where you have a team of, 23, 24-year-olds going up against a team of guys between the age of 18 and 22, some of them. And I understand all the problems with the sport. It's disgusting, especially somebody like me who loved it when there was only, you didn't even have a playoff. It was great. It was amateur athletics. Now it's not. But once, to me, toe hits leather, all that other stuff goes away. And the second half of that game last night was incredible. It really was. 248-539-9797. Let's say hello to Jay. What's up, Jay?
What's going on, party people? Yesterday was... Mike, I got to tell you, yesterday was the single worst day of me being a fan of the Detroit Lions because my whole circle and Twitter are talking about a person they didn't even know existed. And to be honest with you, I don't care who they hired. I don't care. I'm not doing the research. I'm not looking into it because honestly, that's why I listen to you guys. I expect you to do it and you tell me what it is. But the bottom line is it better work.
Yes.
I'm sick of grit. I'm sick of the culture. I'm sick of hoodie at the draft. I'm sick of blue hair at the playoffs. I'm sick of the dance in the end zone. You better build a culture of winning or Dan Campbell. I love Dan Campbell. I love Brad Holmes. I loved him for 3 years. It's kind of getting old, Mike. It really, really is. So the bottom line is it better work.
Yeah.
I wish they had hired somebody on the defensive side of the ball if you want to have a culture of winning and getting better.
No, and look, I want people to understand something. Like, I don't want people to attack you, Jay. And look, I'm not saying what I'm saying to be provocative. No. But the league clearly has changed in that, okay, Matt LaFleur almost lost his job. LaFleur's made the playoffs every year. Mike Tomlin, John Harbaugh,
Sean McDermott.
Right. I mean, Kevin Stefanski is a two-time AP NFL Coach of the Year with the Cleveland Browns. Who the hell are you?
Right.
They fired him. So, yeah, Jay, that's my biggest takeaway. The people shredding Petzing, they might end up being right, but it won't be because they know the answer today.
No, it's not going to be a gotcha.
No, it's not going to be a gotcha. Here's the other thing, too, guys. If they get this wrong, great. It's on Dan. It's on Brad Holmes. But then I'm looking at Sheila because you got these two guys with the poopy pants, and what are you going to do to clean up the mess? Because you guys are exactly right. You're not going to go year after year after year being Mike Tomlin, and that leash is getting a lot shorter. And listen, that's my take. That's the bottom line. College football, junk, didn't watch it.
Yeah, Jay, you're not alone. We're getting a lot of that on the ticket text. And look, Jay, appreciate it. I'm not mad at anybody watching it. Had a hell of a good time. Stoney watched it. He's able to tune out all the...
The game was not junk. It was far from it, especially the second half.
But if it's the Kenny Cott, they're just wearing laundry. You have to understand, college football, there was a buy-in about what you were rooting for.
Oh, I know. Believe me.
Like, that's the laughability of the whole, it's the U. No, it's not. It's a collection of boats and hoes. It's the same thing. I mean, I love Cignetti. I think he's a beautiful psychopath. And I'm happy Indiana won it, but it's not Indiana. It's just a collection of people who are here today and gone tomorrow. The old way is you built it.
Right.
Transferring was punitive. And here, I'll borrow a line from my friends in A Squared. Those who stay will be champions. I don't respect any of this. This is nothing. These campuses are just whorehouses. That's all this is. Yeah, hey, Kenny, there's a new lineup over at the whorehouse in Tuscaloosa. I mean, what? It's not even the Crimson Tide anymore. It's just people wearing laundry for convenience.
Well, we always root for jerseys anyway, especially in the pro game.
I know, but it's not. None of it's authentic. Like, look, Carson Beck didn't go to class for 2 years.
Believe me.
Indiana's got guys that are older than quarterbacks that are in the NFL playoffs
Did
right
Maurice
now.
Clarett go to class? I don't think so.
He went to the bar. I know that. All right, let's go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you doing, man?
Good.
You know what? I know you guys are talking about like if this hire doesn't work out for Campbell and Holmes that they're on the hot seat. I don't see it that way. I mean, I see it that hey, Dan Campbell had two coordinators last year that like became head coaches. So, like, obviously he's doing something good.
Well, hold on.
You know
Let's look at the whole picture. He hired Anthony Lynn, and he fired 10
you know
minutes
what?
in.
He pulled the parachute on Anthony Lynn really quick.
And John Morton.
I love how he is willing to pull the parachute on him. You know what I mean?
But you're pulling
And,
the parachute because you made such a mistake that the man didn't even get to Thanksgiving with his job.
Right. You know, you're flying the plane. Eventually, you're going to use the parachute to save lives, but eventually it's the pilot's fault.
He made the right decision. He made the right decision.
Now make the right decision with who you hire.
Well, you don't know that until you get into it.
Well, we understand that.
And that's
what we're
why
saying.
I'm not one of the people shredding Petsing the way
No.
so many are, because I have no idea.
That's what I'm saying is I love the fact that Dan Campbell can actually like pull the chute. You know what I mean?
Yes, but let me ask you this, and I don't want to forecast.
And then he also had two coordinators go and be head coaches, and one of them did good, and one of them is poopy pants. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything as far as, pulling the chute. I mean, look, if it doesn't work, I mean, you just want to keep having your head coach fire coordinators and keep your job.
That's the whole point is if it doesn't work, it means you're not having a big run next year or a run at all.
Yeah.
Hot seat.
Yeah.
I don't care about the commercials. I like Dan Campbell. But at what point, hey, guys, I hate to break it to you. 2023 is a distant memory right now. What's it a year from now?
Be 4 years.
The NFL moves fast. You have to get these things right. Most coaches never get to hire a third coordinator. You just did. There's no world Drew Petzing gets launched out of a cannon in October and you get to hire a fourth, and you're not called into question. That's all I'm saying.
Correct. Right. That's what I was about to say.
No one's firing this man. I'm just making a point.
Right.
Like, guys.
And the question also is, and I have no idea the answer, right or wrong, is if this doesn't work or whatever, does, Sheila or whoever, meaning Sheila, go into Dan Campbell and say, look, get this freaking right or else.
Yeah, no, not here. This is a no accountability city. But look, I'm just juxtaposing it with what you brought up about Mike McDaniel.
Right.
If Dan Campbell's desire to control the offensive picture is so strong that it's not a fit to bring in a guy you liked and he liked you,
right?
Well, you best be right, because Mike McDaniel, to me, inarguably, is a top 5 offensive coordinator in the sport.
Great. We have to find out, whether we'll find out or not, who knows, what that don't fit meant.
Yeah, well,
we won't find out from, the Lions.
I think a man like yourself wearing a hat from 1988 who's got 40 years in this game, you know how to read between the lines.
I know.
Come on.
I know.
248-539.
Don't mock my chapeau.
I'm just saying,
I
buddy,
know.
that hat's seen some better days.
Of course it has.
248-539-9797.
I only wear these things just to make you laugh.
It's something.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even know American made
a hat.
Those hats.
Oh, this is from probably 25, 30 years old. Seriously.
I said it. It's got to be from the mid-90s.
Yeah.
I'm going to see if we can find you an updated one. All right, Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country in Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting all the time. And they have the absolute lowest prices, so whether you're a builder or do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville. They're going to have everything you need when you need it. And yeah, I know it's negative 12 out, but if you've got to get on their schedule or you're not going to have a deck when the weather actually is nice, call Northville Lumber or stop by the showroom and take home some samples. It's northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. I have something for you, Michael.
Okay.
And it's just on the heels. We've been talking a lot about Drew Petzing, the new OC for the Lions, but also last night's college football game. Let me encapsulate everything I hate about Earth right now in one article. Have you read this Darian Mensah stuff?
No.
So Darian Mensah left Tulane to go to Duke.
Right.
And it was one of the biggest QB moves of the offseason. It really was.
Now he's suing, or Duke's suing him, right?
Well, he had a really good year at Duke.
Yeah.
Announced he was staying for 26. You go, all right, well, that's buttoned up. He signed a deal. It's very similar to DeMond Williams. So Duke now is suing their starting quarterback in North Carolina State Court in an attempt to prevent him from transferring away. The quarterback announced last Friday that he'd be entering the portal on the final day it was open, amidst a lot of rumors it was to go to Miami. Now, forget about the ACC and that whole thing, but Duke contends that enrollment at another school and commitment to play football at that school would violate the terms of the NIL deal he signed with the Blue Devils, and the contract he signed with the school stipulates no other school can use Mensah's NIL. According to On3, there was no buyout in Mensah's contract. Then Ross Dellinger. Mensah's counsel, Darren Heitner, says a judge today denied Duke's request that Mensah be enjoined from entering the portal. The judge, a Duke basketball season ticket holder, recused himself from future proceedings. So it's an expected move, as Duke officials have made no financial settlement offer to Mensah or his reps. So you got all that?
Yeah, so a Duke guy, basically, the judge or whoever he is, ruled against his alma mater.
Because these contracts aren't contracts. Look, this is the folly in all of this. And the reason I have such an issue with the sport, not just because you had a bunch of 23-year-olds out there last night. If you wanted this to be what it needs to be for us to regain a level of control, you would have to have a CBA. And again, you would need antitrust exemptions. This is the problem. None of these contracts are going to hold water. When you have something collectively bargained and a union, unions have antitrust exemptions. You need that to sign binding contracts to where your word matters again. I can't take, because I think the only thing worse than these players are these largely, not exclusively, but do you realize there are some NIL agents that are actually just kids in college?
Yes, I know. I know that. And there's NIL agents, kids for high school kids.
Yeah. And the thing that's even worse than those people, the parents.
Oh,
these parents are literally using their child as a cash piñata.
Yes.
It's a joke.
Absolutely.
So hope you got that. Multiple quarterbacks now being sued by their current school. Not awkward in the least.
By the way, in the NFL coaching lexicon, the Raiders have now completed a second interview with Jesse Minter.
I think Minter has, great year in L.A.
Yep.
Defensive guy. All jokes about being a cheat in college aside. We're in the NFL now. Ravens pedigree.
Following the exact Mike McDonald, train.
I thought Flores would end up a Raider. I thought the connection with Brady, that attitude, that city, culturally, they need an adult in the room.
Right.
I kind of would rather go with someone who's got experience, but hey, whatever. It doesn't surprise me. Minter clearly on the rise, and we've already seen Mike McDonald get that shot and flourish.
Yes.
Totally possible. David, a couple ticket texts, please, if you don't mind.
Regarding the OC hire, someone says, I like the hire for a few reasons. He's from outside of the organization. He's younger, and he's called plays successfully for multiple years. Don't understand the outrage, though. Petzing did not get hired to install his offensive philosophy. He got hired to call plays and run the Campbell offense.
That's right.
Period.
And there you go. So I can share with you his ideas on offense. Guess what? They fit a lot of what Ben Johnson's ideas are. And I don't think you will make no changes. But if you want to sort through the coded language of, well, Mike McDaniel liked the Lions and the Lions liked him, but he wasn't a fit. No, the fit is McDaniel's coming to town with a briefcase of his own ideas, and this is what we're going to do. And that's not happening here. So my answer to that is cool, then it better work. Because if it doesn't, it's your ass.
And for Mike McDaniel.
Uh-oh, we almost had another.
Yeah. No, for Mike McDaniel, here's what's still on the board. The Chargers. Got him and Harbaugh together. Wow.
No.
Tampa, we talked about. Tennessee,
Yes.
Cam Ward. The New York Football Giants.
No, that'll be Todd Monken.
The Philadelphia Eagles.
No. Agent of chaos. I don't know how anyone functions in that building.
Baltimore and Buffalo. Those are the ones that are available right now.
Love them both. I'll tell you what to look out for in Buffalo. You're going to laugh your ass off. Brian Daboll.
Yeah.
To go back and be the
Josh Allen's making this hire. I hate to break it to people.
Yeah.
If Josh Allen wanted Sean McDermott to stay, he'd be the coach.
So then Joe Brady's also in the running as well.
100%.
Yeah, I was going to say, does Josh Allen still like Joe Brady?
Yeah. I think it would have to be an offensive-minded guy.
Right.
McDermott was a defensive guy whose defense has never got the big stop.
Right.
So, yeah, no.
So you're talking about Daboll being the head coach at Buffalo?
I wouldn't be stunned at anything in this
Wow.
league. The NFL has turned into the NBA. This is a soap opera.
I know.
Like 10 guys got fired.
I know.
10.
It's crazy.
And it could have been, and to me, should have been 11 for what LaFleur did.
I know. I can't. Well, I know they didn't want to make him be a lame duck. So I get that.
So then fire him.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, what they did made no sense to me.
No. But again, they can take the safe way out. They can pretend they're about championships.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to win enough games, and all the Packer fans are going to buy the tickets, and life goes on.
Sounds like Pittsburgh. Wow. Amazing.
Was-
Just
well,
make
you know,
the playoffs and just lose.
Life is good for LaFleur. He gets an extension and Ben Johnson loses. It was great for him.
Yeah, I want the DC there. I wouldn't be shocked if Jim Leonard gets that gig.
Oh, in Green Bay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goes home.
I don't understand the appeal that much with Hafley, by the way.
No, I don't either. Oh, you're good with Micah Parsons, and you're terrible without. Oh,
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
Like, great. All right. David, are we good? Any other ticket texts of note?
Yeah, a couple things. Based on the Darlington post, this felt like another great is the enemy of good move. Didn't want to go all in on a guy that could take you to the Super Bowl.
Because
From
they didn't
Jimmy.
want to cash in their chips. Well, hey, look, hopefully it works. That's all I can tell
Yes.
you. 97.1.
MLB agent Scott Boras spoke with Evan Petzold of the Free Press about his client Tarek Skubal's arbitration case, saying we are open to negotiate. There are no deadlines from Tarek Skubal's camp, end quote. Maybe. This refuting the prior report that Boras shut down negotiations after the Tigers' first offer of $19.8 million. The MLB also set to announce their Hall of Fame class tonight at 6. I think Bo is a little bit too early for that. The NBA released their top-selling jerseys from the first half of the season. Warriors sharpshooter Steph Curry is number 1. Kate Cunningham was ranked 14th, though. Pistons back on the floor tomorrow against New Orleans. Number 3, Michigan basketball is also hitting the floor tonight against Indiana at home. The Hoosiers looking to snap a 3-game losing skid, including a blowout last contest against Iowa. Meanwhile, number 10, Michigan State has Oregon on the road, tipped there at 9 o'clock. The Wings back in the practice ice this afternoon. Tom McClellan said that John Gibson will be back in net tomorrow against the Maple Leafs when they start a 3-game road trip. It's racing day at the Auto Show, and the Detroit Grand Prix has put their tickets officially on sale. According to Adam Schefter, the Steelers are interviewing Vikings defensive coordinator Brian Flores for their head coaching gig. He also noted that the Raiders interviewed Jesse Minter for a second time, of course, the former Michigan coordinator. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hour number 3, good to have you. So let's do this. Let's check in, and we have a Stoney special blitz. Last week we had this disastrous ranking.
Oh, it was great.
I know. It was entrapment.
Yes.
Let's get to it. David Music. Explain the rules to the people, Michael.
As Mr. Valenti mentioned last week, we did a blind ranking of 10 NFL TV color analysts. Okay? In other words, Tony Romo and Tom Brady and those. Now we're going to do a blind ranking, Michael. I know who your number 1 is because I kind of mentioned it last week, but that's just number 1. The top 10 blind ranking of NFL TV play-by-play men. All right?
Oh, boy. Okay.
Here we go. Blind ranking. We'll start off with Kenny Albert.
How many are these? 8?
There's 10.
All right. I'm going to approach this more tactically this week. David, I need your support on this because Stoney laid out a minefield last week.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like Kenny Albert. Number 1, Nepo baby. Number 2, his voice sounds incredibly annoying and fake. He's in my lower quadrant here. Somewhere between 8 and 10. Do you agree, disagree?
No, I agree. I would have him last on my list, but
let's save last. There's got to be someone worse on here.
Make some room.
Maybe Stoney has a wild card like drunk Tim Brando or something. Sorry. Let's go 9.
Okay.
9 for Kenny Albert.
All right.
I gotta write these down.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right. Next up, Jim Nantz.
Okay. Controversial. I like Jim Nantz. It's something about the Masters, and he brings it to football. Is he arrogant? Of course. Guy's an oil painting of himself in his living room.
You want my tie?
Yeah, the tie means a lot to me. I would say Nantz is top 4. Comfortable there?
Sure.
No, you don't like Jim Nantz.
Not anymore.
Top
yeah, but
4
hold on.
Good. That's pretty wild.
How's it wild? Let's talk through this.
Because it's top. I mean, like, if you want to give somebody top 4, no sweat. But, like, I don't know, man. There's a lot of guys left out there.
He's turned the corner for me, so I would have did 6.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with David.
Guys, come on.
It's yours, though. This is your ranking.
It's yours.
Do what you like.
Don't be influenced.
I know, but I respect these guys. I just, this is difficult. Nantz.
Now you sound like Romo.
Jim, I'll put Nantz at 4.
Okay.
But to be let me be fair here for you, Mike, because I am currently looking at all the names that are going to be on the list. So I've already ranked them in my head.
So you're in a privileged position.
Correct.
Right.
I'm out here in the streets.
That's right. That's why it's blind ranking.
All right, go ahead.
Next up, Adam Amin.
better on basketball than football, better than Kenny Albert, so he wouldn't be last, but can't be much higher than that. Let me go Amin at 8. I got to leave 10 for something truly egregious.
Okay. Next up, Al Michaels.
Ooh, that might be 10. Al Michaels has no interest in doing the job anymore. I think he's openly spiteful of the games he's calling. He's paired with a complete vanilla ice cream cone in Kirk Herbstreit. The problem is I don't know the rest of the list. I think Al's terrible at this stage of his career. I do. Oh, God. All right, can I phone a friend?
No.
No, David. I just want to ask a question. I know you can't tell me who else is on the list.
No, don't say if there's anybody else you'd put worse than
All right,
mine. No.
Kenny.
Yes.
Then you don't know the list.
I am looking at the list right now.
Then I can't talk to you either.
No.
We are no help to Mike
This
now.
is blind. Blind ranking.
All right. Then maybe I put I put Al Michaels at 7.
That's fair.
I leave. There's got to be some kind of Beth Mowins nonsense on here.
Are you sure about this?
I'm not sure.
All right.
7 is fair.
7 is fair. Joe Buck.
I hate Joe Buck, but he has gotten better. For instance, if you go back to Joe Buck when the Lions beat the Cowboys, and Calvin Johnson scores one of the greatest touchdowns in the history of this sad franchise, his call, touchdown, Megatron. Like, he was barely interested. He was calling giant Super Bowl touchdowns. The David Tyree catch was one of the worst calls in history. He's come a long way. I'll put him at 3.
Okay.
He's above Nance.
All right. Next up,
Yeah.
Kevin Burkhardt.
I think he's getting worse by the year. He misses Greg Olson. He's having to compensate for college and Dracula. So now Burkhardt is screaming and yelling. He's turned into White Gus Johnson. Why? Because he's not going to get anything out of Tom Brady. I'm going to put him at 5. He's still quality, but he needs his old partner back. Free Greg Olson.
Okay. Sticking with the same first name, Kevin Harlan.
I got to separate my hatred of him calling hoops.
Kevin Harlan, to me, by the way, is like a Tom Wolfe book. Too descriptive. If you can actually be too descriptive.
The problem is I could either put him 6 or 10. He's not top 2. This is the problem. I'm going to end up having somebody ranked way too high now because this is a big game to Stoney.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like it. I don't love Harlan, but there's no way he's worse than Kenny Albert. I'll put Kevin Harlan at 6.
All right. You're doing very well, by the way.
I don't know.
Yes, you are.
You are.
This is stressful.
Mike Tirico.
Number 1.
All right.
Not even close.
Right.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Now, look, Tirico, first of all, the mark of a great play-by-play man. You hear their voice, and you know it's a big game. And look.
That's what was the beauty of Brent.
Yes. You are looking live.
Yes.
Tirico, whether it's a horse race, a basketball game, not those Jordan interviews, those are tough, or football, Tirico, you feel like it's a big game, and he makes Collinsworth tolerable. Mm-hmm. That's a task. Tirico's number 1 with a bullet, and he's prepared. He doesn't ask stupid questions. Tirico, number 1.
All right, so we have 2 and 10 left.
This is going to be brutal.
No, it's not. You did very well. Iron Eagle.
Unlike his kid, elite. Birdman, number 2. And again, equally adept at calling basketball as football.
Yes.
When Iron Eagle's calling the game, I feel like it's elevated.
And he's a great podcast guest. He's a nice person. I met him at a Pistons game. He's just a good dude.
Mike,
I know, I'm just
Mike,
throwing stuff in there.
Mike.
So, what?
Just keep his kid away from everybody. I can't stand the kid.
See, I think his kid actually sounds older than he is.
It's because he's faking it.
All right. And number 10, and I think you hit it, Chris Myers.
Yes! Put him out to pasture.
Yes.
My God, retire him.
Now, did I forget?
Chris Myers is atrocious.
All right, so from the bottom up, the Mike Valenti list.
Myers at 10.
Kenny Albert at 9. Oh,
but he's a robot.
I don't. Yeah, but I don't think he went to Syracuse.
He's better on baseball. Just stay there.
Yeah, I had no problem with him. You know, people are, he's the Dodgers announcer. He shouldn't do. No, he was fine.
What do you mean? What's the problem doing the Dodger games?
I don't know. People have a problem.
People thought he was biased.
He was biased towards the Dodgers on the national broadcast because he's the Dodgers play-by-play guy.
I understand.
And then Russo went crazy that he shouldn't be doing the parade and all that kind of garbage, whatever.
Now I understand.
Yeah.
I feel
job.
I
You did
feel
a great
good about
job.
this.
You did a great job.
Could have been a lot worse. They were pretty good.
A lot worse.
A lot worse.
If anyone has any grave disagreements, you can ticket text them.
Yes.
97.1. That is one of the worst calls of one of the greatest plays in sports history.
You would never know.
I know.
It's the
He
greatest
sounds
catch.
like he was on Quaaludes. Now, Buck has gotten a lot better since then.
Yes, he has.
Okay, I'm going to be fair.
Yes, he has.
And that's why him and Troy, I think, are the best duo. With Tirico and Collinsworth very close behind.
Yeah.
And it's, I love Tirico. Chris, I'm just,
I've had enough of him.
Yeah.
He said something so egregiously stupid the other night. I have to say this. Even my dad texted me. Basically, my dad is like, is Collinsworth an idiot or play one on TV? I go, I don't know anymore. He goes, I've only seen 2 or 3 throws like that from Stafford in his career. I'm like, what, an inaccurate throw?
Really?
Dude, I see 2 or 3 a game.
How many pick sixes did he have in his career?
Stoney, he said with a straight face that he'd only seen 2 or 3 balls get away from Stafford like that in his career.
I could see him saying maybe this year or something.
No, this half.
Right.
So, yeah,
I know.
no, I'm with you. David, ticket text comments on the Stoney ranking, which, by the way, I love that game. I absolutely love that game. I hate it, but I love it.
Joe Buck should be 10. I mute the TV soon as I hear him commentating the game. Wow.
That's how I feel about Joel Klatt and Gus Johnson.
I appreciate Al Michaels' grumpiness. I don't want the fake excitement about the Panthers-Cardinals on Thursday night.
I know, but dude, you're 81. You've made more money than God. Just go home. Go to the beach. Why are you here? You don't have to be here.
He likes doing it.
Does he? He doesn't seem it.
I know.
I actually like that text. Real grumpy is better than fake happy.
1,000. What have I said to you? You can't trust people that are smiling all the time.
That's true.
It's not real.
Right. That's
not real.
That's Mendoza's problem.
Not real. There's something. You know what? As our man Charles Ramsey says.
By the way, how about Mendoza for laying the F-bomb last night?
I'm good with it.
I know.
It,
so
it humanizes him.
Yes, exactly.
You know who needs that? Kirk Cousins. Yes. He needs to just MF somebody on live TV. Humanize him a little bit.
It'd be nice.
David?
I think it came off a little fake, but whatever.
Well, David, once again, we on the flow chart.
Someone says that list was Tirico 1 and everyone else.
Yes. Yeah, 100%.
They don't belong on a list with him.
No, it's not even close. It's not even close. Tirico's one of the great play-by-play guys of our generation.
Yes,
period.
he can do anything.
Period.
If we decided to play Yahtzee here, he can walk in and do it.
I can put him on horse racing.
Yes.
He sounds like he's been there for 50 years.
It's incredible. Remember when he did the 2 hockey games?
Yes.
A few years ago? He knows everything.
Because he cares. He actually works.
And he's a good guy.
Unlike that loser Gus Johnson. He doesn't. Gus doesn't do the prep. Put Gus and Romo together. It's 2 people who've given up.
It used to be so good with Gus, too, when he would call college basketball games.
Because he cared.
The buzzer beaters, the rise and shine, whatever he used to say, he was great.
It's a common thread. You hear bad sports radio hosts because they don't do the work. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. They sit there. You know how many people in this industry just sit and rot? You got to care. You got to compete. Sorry, not sorry. Carry on.
Yes. Another underrated play-by-play guy, Spiro Deeds.
Spiro Deeds. I thought
on
of putting him in.
CBS.
Yes. He does a decent job.
They paired him with Adam Archuleta or whatever on NFL games.
Adam Archuleta, great signing by the Redskins back in the day. They let Ryan Clark. They let Ryan Clark go to give Adam Archuleta big money, and Ryan Clark said, "Okay, thank you. I'll go to the Steelers and be a pretty good player."
I know somebody else who should let Ryan Clark go.
Hey,
the only thing I don't like about him, Ryan Clark, is his brooch.
Yeah, what stupid
I don't think
pin? I hate that.
Okay,
thing.
I don't think he's.
Guys, that doesn't rank on the top 5 for me.
I don't think he's terrible at all. I think he knows what he's talking about.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Kenny
boy.
yells at that little brooch every week.
Yeah. He's trying to make.
I love how we bring up Ryan Clark and Kenny's go-to is, I don't like his pin.
I agree with Kenny. I agree with Kenny. I do. He's trying to make his own logo. I mean, who tries to make their own logo?
You're not a brand. You're just a guy.
Yes,
Calm down.
exactly. That's the one, But when it comes to like speaking, he's fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Move on.
At least he's trying not to be he's not offering to be the defensive coordinator like Orlovsky did.
That's your guy. Can we bring something up that we need to put to bed?
Oh, in a second. But first, I just want to bring one other thing up.
What?
That I urge everybody, if you haven't seen it, to check it out. Kenny, it was the first goalie fight last night in the NHL in since 2006. Former Red Wing
Nedeljkovic.
Alex Nedeljkovic of the San Jose Sharks and Sergei Bobrovsky of the Florida Panthers. Goalie fight, and they went at it, and it was outstanding.
And I'm going to tell you, all 9 people who saw it were thrilled.
I know. Well, can you imagine in Florida? How about if the news cycle in Florida, you had Miami playing for the national championship at home, the Dolphins hired a new head coach, and then you had the Panthers, Matthew Tkachuk returning. That was like,
shout out
maybe get
Sunrise,
5 seconds.
Florida.
Yes, exactly. But goaltending fights are one of the most underrated, underappreciated things in sports, and we need more.
Because they never happen.
I know.
Mike, if you had to guess, when do you think the last time there was a goalie fight was? If you had to guess.
It's got to be 10 years.
The year was 2020. It's been 6 years since our last goalie fight.
I mean, I'm not that far off.
No. That's why it's so outstanding.
Okay.
It was great. Have you seen it yet?
Yes.
Okay.
It's fine.
You didn't like it?
It's fine.
Okay.
I mean, you're over here borderline aroused by it. I don't know what to say.
Hey, maybe Bo Bichette's around.
I guess the only thing I care about hockey right now is I want the bread man. All right?
It's all right.
I'm just listen.
I don't want the bread man.
I don't care if they trade for Panarin, but let's go get another top 6 forward.
Get me a forward that has some bite to him.
Oh, Stoney says you can't win with the Euros.
Well, it's not Euros. I mean, it has nothing to do with that. Give me a bigger guy. That's what they need. They have enough small, good forwards.
Yeah, well, Kachucks don't grow on trees, pal. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, but maybe
good old Canadian boy.
But maybe Trocheck does. There's a guy,
he wants to go in the time machine, Kenny. He wants Milan Lucic.
No.
Got to get bigger on the blue line. What are you talking about?
How about Kadri? Would you take Kadri? For a year?
A little late in his career. I don't know about that.
A little late.
All right.
A lot of late.
No, but we can
Jake
play.
DeBrusk. I could play the.
Hold on.
They need power forwards.
We could play the audio. I think the bottom line is, again, we're gonna arrive at the same point.
Yeah.
Whether it was when Hughes' name came up and they opted out.
Rasmus Anderson.
All right, look, the Red Wings are having a really nice year so far.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still nervous about a swoon.
Me too.
But is this the best version? Yes. But Pierre McGuire, and again, if you think Pierre McGuire is a doorknob, that's fine. He said it best. Grand Rapids is doing great, but the point is not to win games at Grand Rapids.
No.
The point is to have players people want, weaponize them, and get better. So here, David, can you play the audio for us? This was Pierre McGuire. And I said the bread man because the Rangers are tearing it down, and Panarin needs a change of scenery.
Yes.
I know Rico would love the player because he's a communist, so it would be perfect. But play the audio for the people, please. Now, Stoney disagrees, but I think we can all agree on the same thing.
Right.
There's no scenario you go to the deadline, you don't make a big acquisition.
Well, yes, absolutely. Look, if they
That's
got
all.
Panarin, I wouldn't be upset with it. The guy can score. But I just think when it comes to playoff hockey, they're the Red Wings' big guys up front, forwards, Rasmussen and Soderblom. Really?
That's Kenny's guy. He's a Soderblom truther.
6'11", whatever the hell he is. He doesn't hit me. I mean, he doesn't play physical.
He's what hockey people would call big for nothing.
Yes.
He's big for nothing.
Exactly. I mean, how can you trust a guy whose name's Elmer?
Okay.
This has Mike's list written all
This
over
is
it.
amazing. All right. But I mean, Kenny, do you agree? And again, I know, hey, maybe Stoney's right. Wings did not want to go after Hughes, didn't want to give up the primary size player they have on the blue line in Evanston.
Right.
Okay, fine. Well, if I'm not giving up any real talent at the NHL level and I'm just adding Panarin, what's the problem? Again, I'm not telling you this is like going to make you a Stanley Cup favorite.
No, that's fine.
But the guy's on pace to have about a 90-point season. Like he's
he's right. I was
on
looking,
a Ranger team that can't score in a whorehouse.
I was looking at a list that the Athletic had of the top 10, Red Wing prospects, and guys like Carter Mazer aren't even in the top 10. That's how much talent they
Did you
have.
see where they put Kosa in that?
They put him behind Augustine by
100%
one.
they did.
Yes. And so, I mean, they have a lot of really good young
A
players.
lot of good players.
That's why you trade the draft. You trade number one. I would have no problem if they traded a number one for Panarin. Don't get me wrong. He's a great player.
Yeah, but here, can I ask this question, right, as a non-hockey elite?
Yeah.
Is it illegal to address two things at the deadline?
No.
I mean, if you go get Panarin, why can't you,
give me Jason Falk or Luke Shen.
What did you just say?
Give me Jason Falk or Luke Shen.
Oh, we had another one of these moments.
No. No. What did I didn't say.
I thought you said something.
With an S and H? No.
Nope.
Falk.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I said Justin
Thank
Falk.
you. Oh, my.
Falk. F-A-U-L-K. Falk. Plays for the St. Louis Blues.
I took a double take. I went, oh, my. 248-539-9797. So, look, Red Wings they're buzzy. They're a buzz team.
Yes.
And, look, it's clear they're better this year than last year, or certainly 2 years ago. But I do worry about a swoon. But
of course, March sadness.
I just I really hope that they make some moves here, and let's try not to just make it. Let's try to win playoff series.
And I don't think they need to wait till the deadline. I mean, there's a deadline for, I think, February 6th before the Olympic freeze out or whatever.
Another stupid part of that sport.
Then they have.
Hey, the season's going really well, guys. Let's turn the lights out for 3 weeks.
Hockey's unbelievable. The
What a
Olympics
dumb
usually.
sport. I tell you. 97.1.
Stoney here. Pro athletes want two things from a coach. One, to believe that he understands their sport at an elite level. And two, they can help them become a better player. That's the attitude I took to Dr. Yaldo 7 years ago. Watching games and reading the press notes had become a personal and professional struggle. Dr. Yaldo told me that at age 60, cataracts were beginning to blur my vision. Very normal, though, and that everybody else my age can't read small print either. So he gave me a relatively new procedure back then, bifocal lens implants. Amazing, still is. And the technology, even better today, 7 years later. If you've had enough with those annoying readers or dealing with glasses and contacts, then see the man with elite-level skills. He'll restore the vision of your youth in a few painless minutes with either custom LASIK or bifocal lens implants. The evaluation is free at yaldoeyecenter.com, and tell him Stoney sent you.
So shockingly, and I say shockingly because, there was a controversy in the game. Sean McDermott got fired yesterday. Couple layers here that I want to discuss with you guys. First, how does Brandon Beane get a promotion when the roster looked horrible this year? They had nothing around Josh Allen. He gets a promotion to the president of football operations. And how does Josh Allen, he seems to escape blame here. 2 interceptions, 3 fumbles, 2 lost. What happens next in Buffalo?
Well, first of all, I don't think Josh Allen, escaped blame. I mean, he was horrible. He turned the ball over, and he's got no excuse where, this time Mahomes beat him, or this time this guy beat him. No, he was bad. He couldn't hold on to the football. The fumble at the end of the first half was a disgrace. And it wasn't just the interceptions, Mike, and hopefully you'll agree. It's that he was missing guys who were wide open. Yeah. It was just an awful performance, and I still think he's a great quarterback. It's just a shame it happened. He's not getting – look, as I said yesterday morning, he's the white Lamar.
Yeah, and I'm tired of it. I'm not gonna allow it. Like, we're gonna cape up. We feel so bad. How about don't turn it over? 3 of his last 4 playoff losses, he said the ball in his hand with a chance to win, and he hasn't done it. As far as Beane, look, the reports have come out today that apparently McDermott all but severed his relationship with Brandon Beane and Terry Pegula, the owner of the Bills, in a blow-up that cited roster misconstruction. This was 5 weeks ago. Now, Beane moving to president. Look, I don't know how much of a big thing that is, except the new coach is probably going to want his own GM. Beane is playing the political game with the team owner, so he seeks cover. He could take a bump upstairs, and then it clears the runway where a coach gets to pick his guy, to me. Shout out Stoney. I didn't have it on the bingo board. White Lamar.
Was not expecting that at all. What I also wasn't expecting this past weekend was 4 interceptions from C.J. Stroud. What has happened to him, and will the rookie version of himself ever return?
That was one of the good things Troy Aikman kept saying. He's still chasing his rookie year.
Yeah.
And it's a shame.
I think he's chasing that offensive line.
Yeah, well, that's another. I was going to bring that up. Players. I mean, they traded, they got rid of Tunsil, and they did some things. Look, I mean, they held their defense is so elite.
Let's be honest about this, though, too. Okay, first of all, New England already makes you one-dimensional, right? You're on the road. You're in the snow. No Nico Collins.
Right.
No Dalton Schultz. And they lost their right tackle. Now, it doesn't absolve him. I'm just making a point. There was no scenario under those conditions he was going to have a great game.
No.
Here's what they're going to do. They're going to pick up his 5th-year option for $26 million. They are hopefully not going to have everyone die for their biggest game of the year. And they will upgrade that O-line. C.J. Stroud's entire career is on next year. But let's be clear. Tank Dell dying, or Nico getting hurt, or Christian Kirk leaving, or whomever. Like, you end up in a spot, David, you're out of bodies. Hey, how would Jared Goff look? No Sewell, no Amon-Ra,
right?
And no Laporta. They're not going to look great. No. And then I'm going to throw him in the snow. But no, he's not getting an extension. There are 2 quarterbacks that are in complete prove-it next year's. It's C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young. We'll pick up your 5th-year option, show or go. Bleep or get off the pot.
Let's move over to another guy. And yes, he also had offensive line issues right now. Is that the New England Patriots, Drake May. And I'm bringing him up because everyone loved on him this season. He had a wonderful regular season, but over the course of 2 playoff games, 6 fumbles, 3 lost, and 2 interceptions. Part of those, are part of the left side of his offensive line being bad. But can he turn it around and play the way he needs to play to send his team to the Super Bowl?
Look, Denver, considering their quarterback situation, he's going to be in the game, Drake May, and he'll just have to not turn the ball over as much and make more of those amazing passes like he did on the touchdown.
It's going to be all about the run game.
Yeah.
I think their best interest, especially going against that front 7, this is game management. This is heavy run, punts or wins. We're going to make Stidham beat us with his arm. And occasionally, I think Stoney's nailed it. There'll be a play-action opportunity to take a deep shot. I don't think anyone in the league right now throws a better deep ball than Drake May. And maybe Booty is out there to catch one. So, no, I'm with you. But, David, there's no scenario he could be Superman and go win that game.
No.
That offensive line will not allow that.
So I'm probably wrong here in what happened to me during this game. It was the Bears game. And Caleb Williams went out there and made an unbelievable play to send tie that game and send that game to overtime. I was rooting for the Bears in that game until that play. That play turned it for me because I was not – I didn't want to take a whole week and see that entire play played over and over again. So I started rooting for them to lose. But my question to you is –
You need help.
Why didn't – I know. I'm crazy. Why didn't Ben Johnson go for 2?
I think he should have gone for 2. His explanation somewhat made sense because his 4th down short yardage
he
during
says,
the
quote,
games.
our inside the 5 plan
Well, he said
hadn't worked
specifically
out.
our goal-to-go situations, and he was right. They
Yes.
were dreadful.
Yes. And the other thing that
I
he
thought it
didn't-
showed maturity not to go for 2 there.
And the other thing he didn't mention was that Loveland was on Looney Street.
Yeah.
He was out of the game.
He
so
pulled
that-
himself out. That was
yeah.
a pretty brutal fall.
Yeah.
The hit on DeAndre Swift, by the way.
Oh, my Lord.
My ultimate response that moment, I couldn't believe that hit.
Yes.
But I was fine. He didn't go for 2. Your defense is playing great. I thought Dennis Allen called a great game, hyper aggressive, very similar to Aaron Glenn against the Bucks in the playoffs a couple years ago. Slot pressures, safeties, corners.
How good was Brisker? Oh, my God.
Look,
He was
they are. People here don't want to hear it.
I know.
They're going to be a distinct problem.
Damn right they are.
You can laugh at them. Jim Costa, I'm pretty sure he borders on, a rival calling them frauds. Well, that's fine. You're going to have a real problem on your hands next year.
Yep.
Okay, so we'll close it out with this here because there have been 4 hires so far in the coach hiring cycle. There's only one that I'm questioning.
Okay.
Robert Saleh. Why do you think he decided to go to Tennessee, which is another horrible franchise?
Well, for one, they offered him the job.
Yes.
Can we start with
Yeah,
they
but
offered him employment?
You were with the Jets, though, and now you want to do this again?
Well, yeah, it's a strange.
Yeah, but when Mike McDaniel's going to be his OC, and you get Cam Ward, and look, defense. What he did with San Francisco with those injuries was remarkable.
And he did say he's going to call the defense this time around, which is something he did not. Well, that's been reported.
And I think Tennessee helps as it's not a major market. New York was a blast furnace. It's different.
I know.
Aaron
Glenn's finding that out.
If Saleh's a stock, I'm buying. I think he'll do a nice job there. He's just going to need time because that organization is a bit of a bleep show.
Yes.
Yes, it is, and you hit the nail on the head there. Mike McDaniel, yeah, he'll be the OC. That is in football today.
FanDuel will continue playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the championship round, you'll find multiple profit boosts. So, for instance, this weekend, maybe you're going to go against the grain. Earth is going to be on the Patriots. Broncos getting the 4.5. Boost it. I don't know. Do whatever the hell you like. I mean, it's the playoffs. Who the hell knows? It's FanDuel.com/Michigan. You can grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, before we get to the latest and greatest, and by that I mean complete waste of time, that is Scott Boras, Stoney has a word on the Pistons 104-103 winners against what was the Boston Celtics. Go ahead. Sell me this pen. What do you want to talk about?
I just think that what we saw last night was it looked like I would have gone if I didn't want to watch the college basketball game as well. A great playoff atmosphere, playoff-style basketball, defense, every basket towards the end, every possession meaningful. This is what playoff basketball is about, even though the game was in January. And I think you saw, because of the amazing depth that this team has and players, everybody contributing. Cade had an awful shooting game, was still able to have 14 assists with no turnovers. A lot of good to come out of that game last night besides the W. And I think they're now 5.5 games up on the Celtics for the number 1 seed. By the way, side note, there's nothing better than reading text exchanges from my friends from school who are from New York who just bitching and bellyaching about the Knicks. It is hysterical. Anyway, I digress. I think what last night's game did point out, though, and I hate to be negative here, when they win, because most everything they do is really good. I just think it just shows how much, because when you get to the playoffs, and especially if they're going to play a team like Boston, when Tatum comes back and the way they defend Cade, they have to. It's imperative. If they want to make the NBA Finals, they have to get another scorer/shooter. More importantly, another three-point shooter, somebody at least gives them the threat of spacing the floor, because they cannot, I don't think, beat a team like Boston without having that. I mean, Duncan Robinson, he's been better than I ever thought he would be offensively. He's shooting like over 42%.
Yeah, good luck in the playoffs.
Yeah,
where he'll be hunted.
He was hunted last night.
Exactly.
I'm saying defensively, he's not very good. I understand. That's my point. You need somebody else.
But see, here's my thing, and I want to make sure I state this clearly, because I don't have a negative bone in my body as it pertains to the Pistons.
No.
I'm very pleased with what they're doing. However, I treat what the Pistons are doing a lot like the Tigers. The Eastern Conference in the NBA is the AL Central. It's a farce. Now, that's not the Pistons' fault. You play who's on your schedule.
Right.
And they are winning 75% of their basketball games.
Yeah.
And they're doing a great job. But like last night, Celtics, no Tatum. You're going to face Indiana, no Halliburton. You see, go up and down the East. Teams aren't even trying. I am absolutely in agreement with you that despite a 30-10 record, I do think it's trumped up by this is a weird year in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't take that on face. I think the Pistons are good. I think they'd absolutely beat the Knicks in the playoffs. I stand by that.
Yes.
My point is, they're not championship good.
No.
And in order to get that, in order to better your odds of making the NBA Finals, I stand in solidarity with Mike Stone. Yeah, a move would have to be made.
They have
and
to
the
make
problem
one.
is, I don't think they got the guts. Everything you hear, oh, we'll get better in the margins. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm not interested in that. And then that makes all of this feel rather empty.
Well, I'm not at the empty phase yet. I'm just looking to add, and as
Well,
you
look,
are, but I think they'll be okay.
If you don't want Michael Porter Jr. because you think his numbers are fake on a bad team, okay.
Give me Trey Murphy.
Or Lowry Marketing. And just pay to play.
Or even somebody who gives you some bite and can shoot from the outside, and you'll laugh at this probably.
What?
Bobby Portis.
No, I don't laugh. I just think he's a depth guy. I think Bobby Portis is a guy who joins.
Is he a margin guy?
Yeah, he's a margin guy.
Okay.
But I also think he's a guy who ends up on like the Houston Rockets. Like teams that think they're going to win a championship, the Spurs.
Right.
I think Portis can be that big shot Bob type guy.
Okay.
But for the Pistons, no, they need a star. They need someone with Cade.
Right.
Because you saw a preview last night of what the playoffs will
Yes.
be for him.
Exactly.
And that's, hey, I mean, look, I'm not knocking anybody. Enjoy the hell out of it. Where this
Right.
team was 3-4 years ago to now. But also don't ask me to do some cartwheels.
No.
Because I know what they're playing night in, night out. Look at it.
In the playoffs, great guy in the room and all that kind of stuff, but his playoff history has not been great. I mean, like Tobias Harris. Are you going to tell me that Javonte Green is going to be as good in the playoffs as he's been now? And he hasn't been great, but he's been definitely good.
No,
You're going to have to make a decision on Ivy, Holland, or Thompson. One of them, if not 2, but
No,
definitely one.
I think it's 2 out of 3, and I'm fine with it. Look, Ivy just clearly is not in the plans. You're not extending him. There's no need for it.
He did
And
finally. He hit some big threes last night.
great.
It was good. Yeah.
Perfect to showcase him, to
Yes.
get him the hell up out of here. And as far as Holland and Asur or anybody else, do you project to be a top 7 player on a championship team? That's how your evaluations have to go.
Right.
And I was thrilled when they took Ron Holland. I love the idea of it. Now, the team has gotten better,
quicker than we
faster, so it doesn't align with what will be Holland's prime. Asur, I'm sorry, I don't even think he'll ever be his brother.
No, he won't. He
So
is an elite defender.
Which is
he's
wonderful.
great,
Great.
but you can't trust him with they'll dare him to
Right.
shoot.
So
They'll-
you're Bruce Bowen. Congratulations.
They're going to play him like back in the day, like Ben Wallace.
But the point I'm making is, it can't just be about what I give up. It's what I get.
Right.
So, like when you brought up Lowry Markkinen,
yeah.
Look, you'll take a little bit of a defensive hit, but that's where presumably Jalen Duren can pick up some of that slack. Team defense can pick it up.
Mhm.
You're getting a guy averaging 27 and 8 who shoots 37% from deep at 7
And the
feet tall.
spacing that Cade would get to do his thing.
Also, in the last 4 minutes of a basketball game where your offense goes out the window and it's either ISO or pick and roll,
Right.
Who better to do that with than a guy like Markkinen, where
Correct.
now,
Yeah.
you can't just crash down and play pack line defense because
Right.
Markkinen's going to be 25 feet out and he's
Right.
going to bury you.
Look, they're
They
fun.
need something.
They're fun to watch. They're tough as hell. I love the
try
fact that they go
hard.
the dog's mentality, whatever they talk about in the locker room. It's been going on for years. It's great. Bickerstaff's done a fabulous job. I'm thrilled.
The problem is, I think they're going to do what teams in this town do. We love our own people. We got people interested, and good is good enough. I will believe it when I see it with any team in this league making an impactful move at a deadline.
Yeah.
Mike, what can I say?
The only defense I would have for that, and I don't, but I'm trying to, is that they don't think they're good enough to win the championship.
Oh, cool. So don't try.
Well, that's
last year I didn't think Indiana was good enough to win the championship, and there they were in Game 7.
Yeah.
Golly gee.
I know.
You got to try. This is my problem.
I know.
It's the same thing. Are the Wings good enough to win a Stanley Cup? No. But why not try?
Correct.
I mean, the greatest thrill of my life was the 8-seed Islanders in 93 having no shot against the back-to-back Stanley Cup champions and eliminating them on Easter Sunday.
Was that
Shout
Nick-
out
was that
David
Nick
Volek.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say Vakota. but-
After we had beaten the Caps. And Dale Hunter assassinated Pierre
Pierre
Turgeon.
Turgeon.
The whole point I'm making, sports are played. The games
Yes.
are real. The results are not promised. Try. I get so tired of this. Guess what? If you don't think you're good enough to win the championship now, here's a hint. You're not going to be.
Right.
If you look at San Antonio and OKC on paper, forget about Houston.
Right.
Nothing on paper is going to tell you you're beating those teams.
No,
So what are you
none.
going to do? Not try for 3 years?
Of course.
Let's get after it.
Right. Get to the finals. They're good enough to do that.
I think they are, and I think it would be tremendous for this city, for the
Oh,
organization.
be great.
And I think it would be hilarious to laugh at all the other teams who can't make it to the big dance. For the Pistons of all teams who lost 30 games in a row to be the one to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be an ultimate one of these to the others. Okay, Scooble next.
Well, the talk around Terek Skubal's arbitration continues as agent Scott Harris spoke with Evan Petzold of the Free Press and denies the report that the camp refused to negotiate with the Tigers after their initial offer was rejected. Quote, there are no deadlines for negotiating other than when we go to the hearing and turn those cases over to the arbiters. There's no baseball rule that says you can't negotiate. It's the Tigers' philosophy where they stop negotiation, but that's their choice, not ours, end quote. College basketball bracketologist Joe Lunardi posted his latest projections. He has U of M as a number 1 seed, MSU as a 3. Both teams back in action tonight as well. Michigan faces Indiana at home with a 7 o'clock start. Hoosiers point guard Tatum Conneray is questionable while MSU plays Oregon at 9 tonight. Illinois basketball in the mix is one of the better teams in the Big Ten. Today they announced that guard Kellen Boswell will miss at least a month. He's their second leading scorer. It's racing day down at the Auto Show, and the Detroit Grand Prix has announced that they've officially launched ticket sales for this year's event. The Red Wings start their 3-game road trip for tomorrow in Toronto. Mo Sider and Ben Sherratt left early for practice. They will start John Gibson in goal as well. The NBA released the finals schedule for this year. Game 1 will tip Wednesday, June 3rd. Warriors star Jimmy Butler has also suffered a torn ACL in yesterday's game. According to ESPN, it'll end his season. Netflix saw 430,000 new subscribers for their NFL games on Christmas Day. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock, nice to have you. Odyssey.com Rewind. We talked about the national championship game and kind of takeaways, not from the action, but really statements about the sport. We talked about Drew Petzing, new Lions OC. We even got a little bit of Pistons, a little bit of Wings, but we've got to do this. I'm sorry, but I can't take any more of the Scott Boras stuff. You can read the quotes. I'm going to make a statement. If people agree or disagree, hey, this ain't North Korea. Do whatever you want with it. I'm just going to tell you where I'm at with the whole damn thing. Mike, that's Mike Stone.
As Jeremy Otto mentioned in the update, that was Friday's update. Scott Boras did talk to Evan Petzold of the Free Press on Saturday, and he's disputing some of the things as far as renegotiation. And I'm just going to read some of the quotes, his side of the story. In this process, we reached an agreement on Spencer Torkelson because we agreed on the current comparable players. That is not something we are able to do with Skubal, okay? The two sides couldn't reach an agreement. And he talks about Torkelson's case and why it was close and things like that, comparable players, Alec Bone. Then he goes, 2015, of course, David Price sets the record for arbitration-eligible pitcher with the $19.75 million with the Tigers. At that time, that was an arbitration record for all players, both pitchers and position players. Okay, it's still the benchmark for pitchers, but Juan Soto last year, or 2024, set the record for $31 million. Of course, Boras and Skubal won at 32. The Tigers basically offered 19. They offered 19.8, just a $50,000 increase from prices. You know, there's a thing called inflation, too. That's what I don't understand why the Tigers didn't figure in. Now, here's some of the other stuff that he mentioned. Boras believes Skubal's value aligns with the best pitchers in baseball. Therefore, Skubal can compare because right now the MLB and MLB Players Association allows arbitration-eligible players with at least 5 years service time to compare themselves to any player, not just past arbitration-eligible players. Thus, Skubal can compare himself to Zach Wheeler, who is Major League Baseball's highest-paid pitcher at $42 million, which is why they offered $32 million. So if you ask me, look, a normal human beings would say, let's meet in the middle. But what the Tigers didn't do was even come close. That's what's ridiculous. And Boras is a piece of you-know-what as well.
Well, now you just, there it is. You stepped right on it. You had the pooper scooper, but you missed. Look, I'm no friend of the Tigers, so you leave me out of it. I have just
I know
fundamental disagreements with how they act and what they do, and fine, okay. But I'm not mad at them in this regard. Scott, I don't want to hear another word. F off to the sun. Scott Boras is clowning. That's all this is. He's clowning. Everything is about him. He wants to get his client the hell out of Detroit. I just don't want to hear any more from you. No more Scooby-Doo stuff. No more. I don't want to hear it. And the arbiters will rule, and I got to be honest, they're going to rule probably in favor of Scooble. 5-year service time, special achievements, back-to-back Cy Youngs, $32 million. My question to the people, my question to you, or hell, my question will be this. Are you as sick of this as I am?
Yes.
Because I got to be honest, I'm done with Scooble, and I'm done with Boris, and I'm done with the Tigers. I'm done with the whole thing. The whole thing is fugazi. The idea that Tarek Scooble is still here when his agent has absolutely no intention on negotiating with you, no intention on allowing you to keep him. He doesn't want him here. He won't be here. And I don't care how much dress up Tarek plays. Look at me, I'm at a Spartan game. I'm a Wolverine. I'm a Red Wing. I'm a Piston. Look at me, I'm the Spirit of Detroit. I don't care. You're not going to be here. Honestly, go away. I don't understand how we're here. And then, yes, I do get upset with the Tigers because in an A or B situation, they chose option C, which is keep them, lose them for nothing. Hope it works.
Right. Hopefully we can win the World Series with. No, if you're going to do that, if they were going to keep them, okay, there are parameters. Sure, you keep them, lose them for nothing, but you know what you do? Exactly. Or somebody similar.
Right, and they didn't. And then I get upset at the team because the team's going to tell you they're spending, and I'm going to tell you that a qualifying offer for Glaber is not spending, or signing some guy from the KBO who hasn't pitched in 4 years here. I don't want to hear it. Like, they didn't get tangibly better, period. And you know who agrees? Computer models. Everyone who's a smart guy loves their analytics. The Tigers actually, according to ESPN Analytics, got worse. Yeah. The whole point is they know they're in a poverty division, so they can get away with that. But I don't want to hear another word from Boris Scooble. No, I don't want to hear any of it. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the whole damn thing. Do you just want this situation to go away? That's my question to you guys. And sincerely, I do. If you told me they traded him tomorrow, cool. I'll go sign Lucas Giolito and move on. They'll still win the division.
Chris Bassett, somebody like that.
I don't care.
Yeah, I know.
The whole point is if they lose the arbitration, then you get these articles coming out. Well, they may have to trade him because they don't want to pay $32 million.
Well, we knew that beforehand. They didn't want to pay him.
So what is the purpose of any of this? But, guys, you got to stop listening to Scott Boras. Don't believe a word he says.
All right.
Period.
248-539-9797. Are you sick of it? And which Scott do you detest the most? Because it's Scott versus Scott.
I mean, look, it'd be Harris. He's the one at the controls. He could have traded him.
Yeah.
He could have gotten his blessed prospects turned around, weaponized some of his own. You know what kills me? It doesn't take money to make a trade.
No.
They didn't do anything this offseason. All I wanted was a trade because I knew what we were up against. I knew I was never getting what I wanted as far as free agency. Make a trade.
Now, look, in fairness, we do have a few months to opening day.
I know that. I know. And you know what? We only react to what we have.
Correct.
And I am at a point, I don't even want to, I'm so tired of the Scooble thing. And again, how about this one, by the way? Scooble's pitching in the World Baseball Classic?
What if he blows out his arm?
I never understand it. You're betting on yourself. You keep betting on yourself. Why the hell would you go pitch in that damn thing?
Represent your country, damn it.
Oh, please. It's not the Olympics. David, what's your take?
No, see,
because I don't expect people to call because honestly, I think Tiger fans are checked out on it too.
They're burnt out.
They are. And I'm sick of it because then Scott Boras is quoted in here as saying there are no deadlines for negotiating other than the Tigers. Like, you can easily make a phone call and say, look, Scott Harris, look, Chris, we want to actually do a deal here. Let's do this. I know what you usually do. We can still negotiate here. But every day, it feels like I'm watching a game show. Spin the wheel. Scott Boras is going to speak today. Spin the wheel. Scott Harris. Like, I'm sick of it.
Do you think if Scott Harris called Scott Boras and say, look, let's get it. We'll offer you 28, they would take it? Or
No, not at all. Listen, I'm at a point.
So for $4 million in an arbitration hearing, that's going to be your thing? Ay.
No, do people even want Skubal back? You know, that's the other thing.
Well, people are
They're
pissed
angry
out.
about Seattle.
Yes, they
Well,
should be.
You know what? What do you think this year's going to be? Headed to free agency.
Oh, he's not going to. You won't see a Maddox. You know what I mean? He had one last year.
I'm at a point. I don't want to see anybody involved with it because it's ridiculous.
And here's the other thing.
The whole thing, and I apologize. That's my fault.
No, it's okay.
It's if you wanted to keep him and go all in, I understood it. To date, you can't tell me a qualifying to Glaber, 38-year-old Kenley off a good year. But let's be clear, you're paying him for the best year he's had in probably 5. Like, we didn't get better.
No, look, and its hope is not a strategy, but their hope is that all these young guys, whether it's McGonigal, whether it's Lee, who I think might be their third baseman to start the season, if they don't, or Colt Keith to play another position, which whatever. That's how they're going to get better, and that's not the way to get it done. It's not, and I think they'll never admit it. They effed up on Glaber. They did.
I didn't understand extending the offer, and I think it's clear why Glaber probably took the money because there was nothing out there for him. Let's be clear.
Right.
David, ticket text coming in. Talk to me.
Mike, you nailed it. The Tigers took option C, and now this clown Scott Boras is taking advantage and dumping on the team. This is a complete joke.
Yeah, he's pummeling you.
Yes.
And the whole point would be Skubal at this current state, with a full ramp up of a year ahead, you'd still get a major league piece. Plus.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it'll be well above what Corbin Burns got. But I just can't fathom this guy being here with this as the backdrop all year long. You're going to get pummeled all year. I don't view that as giving in to Boras. I view it as we're not going to be a victim. We're going to run our operation. We wanted you to be here. Now, the problem is I have no evidence they've actually offered a market value deal.
Correct.
I just don't have that evidence.
We don't know.
Had they offered 6 at $250 and it got turned down, let me tell you how this works. Skubal would be vilified.
Yes.
And the Tigers would be championed. Remember what they did with Bregman last year? Right. I defended them.
Yes.
No, 97 wasn't so mean. I defended them.
If you're going to criticize them for all, they offered them too much.
I said it. They went a year further than I would go.
Right, but they made a legitimate offer. That's all we want.
And I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you're getting out of work and you're going, Jesus, why are you so upset? Because this whole situation is stupid. That's why. It's fugazi. All of it. You got a team that seemingly is afraid to make a move. So they'll just go, well, maybe he'll pitch a complete game every 5th day. And then you got an agent who is throwing pies at your head.
He's soupy Sal.
It is. Oh, Scooby-Doo. It's like, oh, God, I hate all of this. All right, Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. They do that because they make buying and certified service a breeze. You're going to get the best price, period. GM employees and immediate family members lease a 26 Trax LT, $299 a month, $999 down. Or GM employees and immediate family members, a 26 Equinox LT, $299 a month, $999 down. Moran offers free loaner cars when you schedule that certified service appointment. Guys, shop online, MoranExpress.com, or on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Oh, I'll get some of the ticket text. And again, I've had it with Boris. I've had it with the Intrepid reporting on this. I'm sick of it. All right. No, you don't want to negotiate with the Tigers. You don't want your client in Detroit. You do want $400 million. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of listening to it. And then the problem is I get upset at the organization because you've put yourself in this spot. And you know what? Look, I have there's an undertone here of I'm frustrated with baseball. Look, I'm a Yankee fan. I'm not mad at the Dodgers, and I'm not worried about my own team. There are 20-plus teams in this league that simply they have no hope.
Right. That's why we talk about the salary cap thing.
There needs to be a floor and a cap. Yes. And I'll tell you the other thing we need, and I hate to break this to people, you need realignment. I'm tired of poverty-ass divisions like the AL Central. You need realignment. I mean, the Cleveland Guardians are an embarrassment. The White Sox are an embarrassment. The Twins are an embarrassment. 3 of the top 5, 6 lowest payrolls in the league are the AL Central. It's a joke. You got to rebalance these things.
So how would you do it? Would you do it geographically?
Yeah, geographic plus budgets.
Okay.
I gotta get a team that's going to be a gold standard in every division, and it's your job to chase it. And then we got to put mechanisms in that allow teams like the Tigers, who don't have the Dodgers TV deal.
No.
Okay? I can't ask the Tigers to spend like the Blue Jays. Not under the current market. Like, look, this isn't a situation. Like, I'm just tired of the nonsense in the sport. Look at Bill DeWitt in St. Louis. St. Louis is a joke. Look at their payroll. You're St. Louis, for God's sakes. You're a baseball mecca.
Same thing with Cincinnati.
Well, their owner's poor.
I know.
There's a difference.
But the Cincinnati, the season used to start with Cincinnati playing. That was the first game of the year all the time.
I know.
They have great tradition, just like St. Louis. Look at Pittsburgh.
I'm at a point now, I kind of want Skubal gone. I would have traded him. This would be done already.
Yeah.
I have no need for this. And guess what? I'd be able to explain it to the fans very simply at a podium. We made offers that I'm not going to give you publicly, but we made what we deemed to be some serious offers, and that's just not what they're interested in.
And if people say, they were cheap, who cares?
Yeah, especially when you take the money that you offered Skubal and you make the team better.
Right.
But, again, I'm mean. David, ticket text, what do people have to say?
Generally, I'm on the side of the players, but Scott Boras has me rethinking my entire value system. LOL.
Yeah, me too.
Someone else says trade him for a couple of better pitchers or bats. Bye-bye, Skubal.
Well, you're not going to get better pitchers than him.
No.
Okay. So
no, but you can get.
Yes.
I still believe you can get a major league piece, maybe a third baseman.
Yeah, absolutely.
I forgot. We don't want to block anybody. My bad. I can't take anymore.
Hey, come on. Zach McKinstry's an all-star, Mike.
Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Don't do that, Stoney. Please don't do that.
I'm trying to be nice.
Wow.
And you're being mean.
Mm-hmm.
From Matt, Scott Boras is bad for sports in general. Skubal knows who his agent is, so he clearly doesn't care about staying here either.
That's the other thing. I am so tired of Skubal and other players in the same situation. It's out of my control. It ain't out of your control. You pay him. He works for you.
Correct.
If you want to be here, you want this amount of money, you want to take a hometown discount on any of these players, you have the control.
No, it's because players think we're all idiots.
Now, Skubal,
which is hilarious.
Skubal does sit on the MLB Players Association Executive Committee, so I understand that he wants to, toe the union line.
The whole point is, if the system bears that he's going to get $40+ million a year over an 8, 9, 10-year term, the Tigers needed to get rid of him. There is no value in losing him for nothing. And the problem's going to be all these deals the Dodgers signed, they're going to get grandfathered in.
Right.
There's no scenario there's a salary cap on the other side and they go, okay, cut $200 million in payroll. It's not going to happen.
No.
It can't happen.
No, the Dodgers don't care.
No, they don't. They're future-proof.
I mean, the guy that owns that team, he bought a good percentage of the Lakers. He wished there was no cap in basketball.
Sure. No, but they own their parking. They own their stadium. They own their TV. Yeah. Like, there are inherent disadvantages. I'm not asking the Tigers to do that stuff.
No, I know.
I can't. It wouldn't be fair of me.
No.
But I just don't agree.
You want to be like a payroll from 8 to 15, basically, or something.
They're like depending on the projection you read, 15 to 18.
Yeah, well, that's fair.
It's fair. I don't like how they spent their money. That's the difference.
Right. Well, that's a whole different argument.
Like, I love how nobody brings up, what was this master stroke of giving Jack Flaherty a vesting option at $21 million?
Because they had to have him last year, I guess. I don't know. It makes no sense.
Did you?
No, I know. I get it.
Great. Now we got a guy who couldn't opt out because he had an ERA closer to 6 than anything else.
Well, look, come on. He spent money on Kenta Maeda and Alex Cobb.
Okay, thank you. All right. Hey, David, go ahead.
You're doing it again, Stoney. The Tigers are acting fully like they don't expect baseball in 27. Are they trying to spite Boris and Skubal so he won't have a contract next year?
No, because
he's going to have a contract.
He's going to make $32 million this year and then sit chilly. And when business opens, I don't care what the structure looks like, Tarek Skubal will be paid an immense amount of money.
It'll be the first call.
And let me be clear. I've never asked the Tigers to pay the guy $400 million. I've said make an offer you could live with. 4 or 5 years, opt-outs all over the place. Hell, bribe him to opt out the way the Mets bribed Bo Bichette. Hey, $42 million, and we'll pay you $5 if you opt out at the end of the first. Go read the contract language.
Are you sure they just bribed Bo Bichette?
All right.
I've detested that slime ball Boris for years. All he does is send his clients to free agency to sign with the richest of the rich. More money in his pocket.
But it's not totally true. A year ago, I went back, I found 11 examples of Scott Boras bringing his clients to market with at least 2 years of team control left. He's done it. He's done it in places that are not New York. You had your window to do it. You didn't. You made an offer, allegedly, of less than $100 million for 4 years. That was never going to get it done.
No.
I mean, for God's sakes, Max Fried got 8 at 218. At a minimum, you'd have to go out, tell your fans, look, we're going to go 8 at 260. And if he says no, which he would, you're free and clear.
Okay.
You're clear.
Yeah.
I would never knock the Tigers for that.
Max Fried's pretty damn good.
Yeah, nice playoff performance. Jerk. Sorry. Not that I'm bitter.
He wouldn't have taken himself out if he was pitching well.
I wish he would have. We wouldn't have been down 8-0 against Toronto. Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. You kind of stole my thunder a little bit, but yeah, the writing was on the wall at the end of the 24 season when he won the first Cy Young. They kind of made it known that they weren't going to extend him or make him a good offer, and I honestly think that they're banking on Mize to have a good year with his uptick in velocity and the player option on Flaherty there. I think that's what they're banking on.
And Reese Olson coming back healthy and Job coming back healthy later in the season. That's a lot to bank on.
I know, but that's just it's a recurring carousel that they do it all the time. And they're McGonigal coming up. That's why they didn't want to bring in any like Bichette or anybody else like that.
Well, McGonigal and Bichette are two different type of players. Bichette's more power than McGonigal, but that's irrelevant. It's just very frustrating because they're kind of close to being really, really good.
Appreciate it, Jeff. We'll go over to Jason, 97.1. Jason, what's good, buddy?
Hey, guys. Stoney, nice to hear your voice on the radio.
Thank you, sir.
Mike, yours too. I agree with you, Mike. I want Skubal gone, and not because I think that Skubal's a bad person. Anybody out there would want to make the most money they can. The thing that I don't understand about these players is baseball is kind of a dying sport. You have owners talking about shutting the entire sport down, and they're just going after every nickel they can, regardless of how bad the sport is. Now, my biggest beef is with the Tigers themselves. I don't think the Tigers did anything right. And the last caller was like, oh, well, they're banking on this. They don't care. They're not banking on anything. They don't care if they get in the play. It seems to me they just want to field a team and make money however they can. And you look at the money they put into that new area behind home plate. Everything with them is driven by how can we bring in the most amount of money and spend the least.
Let's be fair here. You have a decent point, but they've spent a what load of money down in Lakeland, developing their farm system and putting a lot of resources into that. The stuff in the Dominican and their international, they've spent a lot of money that way. It just hasn't translated yet. I mean, if I hear, I remember it seems like a decade ago where people got excited over Roberto Campos. God, he's probably 40 by now.
Wow. Good pull by you.
It seems to me, though, that they spend money so they can make money, but when it comes time to spend money to win big, they don't want to do it. It's just the way I feel about it, Stoney.
Yeah, that makes. But the problem is that makes no sense. Spending money to make money makes sense. If you spend money and win, then you really make money.
All right, glad I got that off my chest. I'm sorry.
You're good.
I've had enough of Boris, and I agree with Wojo in this regard. The whole thing, you got to stop listening to this guy.
I know,
because I can't do topics on this crap every time this guy decides. And by the way, loosen a button on your shirt. You look like an idiot. Not you, Boris. I hate that. What he looks like? He looks like Urkel. 97.1. Hour number 3, good to have you. So let's do this. Let's check in, and we have a Stoney special blitz. Last week we had this disastrous ranking.
Oh, it was great.
I know. It was entrapment.
Yes.
Let's get to it. David Music. Explain the rules to the people, Michael.
As Mr. Valenti mentioned last week, we did a blind ranking of 10 NFL TV color analysts. Okay? In other words, Tony Romo and Tom Brady and those. Now we're going to do a blind ranking, Michael. I know who your number one is because I kind of mentioned it last week.
Okay.
But that's just number one. The top 10 blind ranking of NFL TV play-by-play men. All right?
Oh, boy. Okay.
Here we go. Blind ranking. We'll start off with Kenny Albert.
How many are these? 8?
There's 10.
All right. I'm going to approach this more tactically this week. David, I need your support on this because Stoney laid out a minefield last week.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like Kenny Albert. Number 1, Nepo baby. Number 2, his voice sounds incredibly annoying and fake. He's in my lower quadrant here. Somewhere between 8 and 10. Do you agree, disagree?
No, I agree. I would have him last on my list, but
let's save last. There's got to be someone worse on here.
Make some
maybe,
room. Got
maybe
you.
Stoney has a wild card like Drunk Tim Brando or something. Sorry. Let's go 9.
Okay.
9 for Kenny Albert.
All right.
I gotta write these down.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right. Next up, Jim Nantz.
Okay. Controversial. I like Jim Nantz. It's something about the Masters, and he brings it to football. Is he arrogant? Of course. Guy's an oil painting of himself in
You
his
want my
living room.
tie?
Yeah, the tie means a lot to me. I would say Nance is top 4. Comfortable there?
Sure.
No, you don't like Jim Nance.
Not anymore.
Top
Yeah, but
4
hold on.
Good. That's pretty wild.
How's it wild? Let's talk through this.
Because it's top. I mean, like, if you want to give somebody top 4, no sweat. But like, I don't know, man. There's a lot of guys left out there.
He's turned the corner for me, so I would have did 6.
Yeah, I agree with David.
Guys, come on.
It's yours, though. This is your ranking.
It's yours.
Do what you like.
Don't be influenced.
I know, but I respect these guys. I just, this is difficult. Nance.
Now you sound like Romo.
Jim. I'll put Nance at 4.
Okay.
But to be let me be fair here for you, Mike, because I am currently looking at all the names that are going to be on the list. So I've already ranked them in my head.
So you're in a privileged position.
Correct.
Right.
I'm out here in the streets.
That's right. That's why it's blind ranking.
All right, go ahead.
Next up, Adam Amin.
Better on basketball than football. Better than Kenny Albert, so he wouldn't be last, but can't be much higher than that. Let me go Amin at 8. I got to leave 10 for something truly egregious.
Okay. Next up, Al Michaels.
Ooh, that might be 10. Al Michaels has no interest in doing the job anymore. I think he's openly spiteful of the games he's calling. He's paired with a complete vanilla ice cream cone in Kirk Herbstreit. The problem is I don't know the rest of the list. I think Al's terrible at this stage of his career. I do. Oh, God. All right, can I phone a friend?
No.
No, David. I just want to ask a question. I know you can't tell me who else is on the list.
No, don't say if there's anybody else you'd put worse than
All right,
9. No.
Kenny.
Yes.
Then you don't know the list.
I am looking at the list right now.
Then I can't talk to you either.
No.
We are no help to Mike
This
now.
is blind. Blind ranking.
All right. Then maybe I put I put Al Michaels at 7.
That's fair.
And I leave. There's got to be some kind of Beth Mowins nonsense on here.
Are you sure about this?
I'm not sure.
All right.
7 is fair.
7 is fair. Joe Buck.
I hate Joe Buck, but he has gotten better. For instance, if you go back to Joe Buck, when the Lions beat the Cowboys, and Calvin Johnson scores one of the greatest touchdowns in the history of this sad franchise, his call, touchdown, Megatron. Like, he was barely interested. He was calling giant Super Bowl touchdowns. The David Tyree catch was one of the worst calls in history. He's come a long way. I'll put him at 3.
Okay.
He's above Nance.
All right. Next up,
Yeah.
Kevin Burkhardt.
I think he's getting worse by the year. He misses Greg Olson. He's having to compensate for college and Dracula. So now Burkhardt is screaming and yelling. He's turned into White Gus Johnson. Why? Because he's not going to get anything out of Tom Brady. I'm going to put him at 5. He's still quality, but he needs his old partner back. Free Greg Olson.
Okay. Sticking with the same first name, Kevin Harlan.
I got to separate my hatred of him calling hoops.
Kevin Harlan, to me, by the way, is like a Tom Wolfe book. Too descriptive. If you can actually be too descriptive.
The problem is I could either put him 6 or 10. He's not top 2. This is the problem. I'm going to end up having somebody ranked way too high now because this is a big game to Stoney.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like it. I don't love Harlan, but there's no way he's worse than Kenny Albert. I'll put Kevin Harlan at 6.
All right. You're doing very well, by the way.
I don't know.
Yes, you are.
You are.
This is stressful.
Mike Tirico.
Number 1.
All
Not
right.
even close.
Right.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Now, look, Tirico, first of all, the mark of a great play-by-play man. You hear their voice, and you know it's a big game. And look.
That's what was the beauty of Brent.
Yes. You are looking live.
Yes.
Tirico, whether it's a horse race, a basketball game, not those Jordan interviews, those are tough, but, or football, Tirico, you feel like it's a big game, and he makes Collinsworth tolerable.
Mm-hmm.
That's a task. Tirico's number 1 with a bullet, and he's prepared. He doesn't ask stupid questions. Tirico, number 1.
All right. So we have 2 and 10 left.
This is going to be brutal.
No, it's not. You did very well. Iron Eagle.
Unlike his kid, elite. Birdman, number 2. And again, equally adept at calling basketball as football.
Yes.
When Iron Eagle's calling the game, I feel like it's elevated.
And he's a great podcast guest. He's a nice person. I met him at a Pistons game. He's just a good dude.
Mike,
I know, I'm just
Mike,
throwing stuff in there.
Mike.
So, what?
Just keep his kid away from everybody. I can't stand it.
See, I think his kid actually sounds older than he is.
It's because he's faking it. FanDuel, playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day during the championship round. So it'll be loaded with multiple profit boosts and more. Just take your shot at an upset, build a parlay. If you're like cookies, you like the anytime touchdown stuff, visit FanDuel.com/Michigan. You can grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? I think we've covered it all. Did a little Pistons, a little bit of Red Wings, some trade news there. Talked about the national championship where Indiana's average age was older than some NFL teams. So nice sport.
We mentioned all 4 professional food groups. I do want to mention.
And we did Lions OC talk. So
yes,
I think we covered everything.
They're part of the 4 groups. Lions, Pistons,
the latest from
Wings.
Boris, which I can't handle anymore.
Yes. By the way, an icon in my hometown has passed away. Frank Oliveri, the owner of Pat's Steaks.
Oh.
Pat's Cheesesteaks.
Really?
Cheese With, yes, passed
How old?
away at the age of 84, 85 today.
Pretty good run.
Yeah, nice, good.
He had good health.
A nice run.
Good run, man.
The big argument, Pats or Geno's. And I would say neither. But
I was just going to say that as you are not notorious.
No,
you have always been steadfast. It's neither of those two.
Right. I mean, I preferred Pats than Geno's because the ambiance. Because you're walking. If you watched the movie Rocky, end of them in that area, the Italian market, it's cool as hell.
Is Tony Luke's still open?
Tony Luke's is still
one was
open.
Very good.
Yes, the newest one that opened in this century is Angelo's, which gets all the publicity. I went there for the first time. The last time I was in Philly, it's great.
I haven't been there. Bradley Cooper, Philadelphia
fan. Yes,
he opened one in New York City.
Correct.
Have you been there?
No.
You're the cheesesteakologist.
Yes.
Even though stunningly, David, Stoney is having soup for dinner. This is
that's one of
what
the
is it, 1750?
Well,
did you have soup for lunch?
I did have soup for lunch too. You're right. I did.
Oh my God!
Why soup and a sandwich?
Okay.
My wife is, she's playing canasta with her friends tonight, so she can't make me dinner.
Wow,
okay.
Sounds lit.
Well, it's at least it's on mahjong. My mother, who's 92, still plays bridge 3 times a week with her friends. What else are you gonna do?
Stoney, what time are your programs coming on tonight?
I don't know. Maybe what time's the rerun of Lawrence Welk? Oh, it's a good number.
Oh boy! All right, David. A couple of ticket texts. Wojo meanders aimlessly.
I have a big question to ask Wojo.
Can he do us a solid? Will you tell Wojo to get his ass in here so Stoney can ask his question? Because the way Bob works.
Yeah, I know.
Please. Go ahead, David.
Well played on the blind rankings, Michael. Stern but fair.
Thank you.
Tarico with the bullet number 1, Keegan in a Jeep.
Thank you, Keegan. I'm going to tell you, it took one round of Stoney's game last week for me to understand how to do this.
Yeah.
I felt better about these proceedings.
I don't understand the Jim Nantz hate. He has one of the most iconic voices in the game, should be right up there with Tarico.
Because I think a lot like Kevin Burkhardt, the idiot partner they've paired him with is dragging him down. Jim Nantz is doing a broadcast with someone with an IQ sub 90 who sounds hammered and distracted.
Mm-hmm.
Not Bob Romo.
Yes.
Oh, how about his comment this weekend? Oh, this is where you really get in trouble running the ball. I'm like, huh?
How about when he wasn't sure it was a touchdown and Jim Nantz had to tell him it was a touchdown?
Oh, it might not be.
Or was that last week? I
The
don't
ref
remember.
said something real quick.
Yes. Hi, Woj.
Kids, how are we?
I don't know. It'll be good. Turn on the microphones on.
just-
Okay, I have a big question for you. And maybe I don't want to steal your thunder from your
What?
show, but I know that you are a proud member of the Baseball Writers Association, whatever it's called, BWAA.
Yeah, that's me. Yep,
and
I'm
the,
the head, sure.
the Hall of Fame will be released within the hour. Would you like to? No, not that. I'm not asking you to do that.
Did not say that.
Woj.
Yes, what?
Jeremy
Otto. Can you reveal who you voted for?
No, I'm not playing your game.
Oh,
you know
what do you mean a game?
You know, the Hall of Fame's banners. No, I'm not.
Well, you voted. I mean, if you didn't like it, why'd you vote? I'm just curious. Are you a big hall or a small hall guy?
I'm mostly a small hall guy.
Good.
Yeah.
Because, there are guys in there I'm a big Philly guy, and I don't think Jimmy Rollins or Chase Utley deserve to be in the Hall of Fame.
Nobody might get in this week. I mean,
I
this
know.
year.
Carlos Beltram seems to be the one,
Yeah.
but he's got the stain of the Astros.
Yeah,
still.
he was at.
I feel like this is a bad MLB Network show happening right
No,
now.
it's terrible.
Well,
Why did you let him ask me about the Hall of
Because I
Fame?
thought you would reveal who you voted for.
That wouldn't even be interesting to people.
Well, for 10 seconds it might be.
They just want to know who got in. If they even did Ichiro get in yet or not?
I don't care.
Yes, last year.
This is one of those awful shows you watch on NHL Network that Kenny likes.
Yep. Kenny's currently watching the Danbury Trashers right now up on the screen.
Ducks second defensive pairing and
all right.
So, no, I was the announcer thing.
Yeah.
I always like announcer talk. I think you're a little hard. I think Al Michaels has woken up a little bit. A little bit.
Okay.
A little bit. Not quite like Joe Buck did have a reawakening.
He
did.
He's come a long way.
I'll still take Al Michaels over most people. But Stoney was right about what's his nuts? Harlan.
Kevin Harlan. It's like a Tom Wolfe book.
It's like, and he's got the ball, and he's now moving to the left, and now he's headed toward the yard marker, and now he's at the sidelines, and it's like, ay, ay, ay.
I think he's drunk. But there he goes. And he's at the 20. He just smiled to his mother.
Because especially when he's on the radio and he thinks he has to be more descriptive, which I understand, but
he's like a character of himself. Very fast. Yeah. So did you see who's was really pissed off about Bo Bichette?
Dave Dombrowski.
Dave Dombrowski.
Dave Dombrowski.
I have not seen him or heard him be so annoyed at something.
Well, when GMs actually are trying, you put a lot of passion into it.
Well, he finally got his hand whacked and didn't get what he wanted. So, good.
I wanted him in Philly. I hate the Mets. You know this. I can't now. I have to disavow Bichette.
Beat the Mets.
And I also, I want Skubal, Boris, Harris, everybody involved. To the sun, to the moon. I can't take anymore.
If you never had to hear another word from Scott Boras
It'd
ever,
be too soon.
But it meant Skubal was gone.
I'd be good with it.
I would too.
Because I'm done. I'm sick of
would
it.
too.
I wish the Tigers would stand up for themselves and just go, see ya. Go sign Lucas Giolito and another bat, and let's move forward.
You know what else? I wish Skubal would stand up for himself.
I know, but you know that's not going to happen.
I know, but Boris is also clowning him.
He's clowning everybody, and I'm sick of it, and I'm sick of the way he buttons his shirt. I can't stand it.
I'm with you. I'm with you totally. How old is Boris? Is
I don't
he
care.
Ageless?
I don't know. Does
Is
the
he
devil
90 yet?
age? I don't know.
No, I don't know
I
either.
can't take anymore, Scott Boras.
100% with you.
And I've just told people, stop listening to anything he says. Here's what he is.
Eli. You know who hangs
he's
on
73 years old, by the way.
Okay, you know who hangs on every single word and wants it is my boy Rieger.
I know.
Oh, did you see what he? Oh my God, the Tigers are being so cheap. Did you see what he
No,
said?
they're not. I would have traded him. I don't know what we're doing.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah, nobody knows what they're doing. By the way, great college football game last night. Did you watch it?
Great half.
Yeah, it was. What?
It just felt empty. I don't have it.
You know what? I felt more than I thought I would feel, and I don't like all the constant transfer.
Or that Indiana's average age is like 27.
But you know what? There's lots of teams in.
I know I don't like it. Get a job.
Ole Miss this year, Navy every year, Vanderbilt every year.
You leave the service academies out of this.
Yeah.
All right. Wojo's coming up next.
Bye-bye.
Mike, great job today.
Thank you.
97.
Oh, I'm not Mike.